live. Clicking live.
Tick-tock, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the planet. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood. And with me now we have the YouTuber who's currently still known as the Apostate Prophet, but who has announced that he will soon be changing his name to something along the lines of Saint Martini or something.
Martina Pizzeria. Yeah, what's up, man, David?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, nothing, man, nothing. Had a debate earlier today.
Yeah, AP just mentioned that he had a debate earlier today. I thought it was just an old debate because I hadn't heard that he would be debating Menge. So I'm assuming you spent months preparing for Menge.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult preparation phase. The last years, I made less content because I wanted to prepare for my debate with Menge. Sorry, just kidding. No, it was abruptly planned. I prepared, I think, 2 minutes or so before the debate.
2 minutes.
I was at church and thought to myself, okay, I think I need to go if I want to make it in time to get to the debate. And I quickly drove home from church and then sat down and did a debate with him. And the thing is, it was a little bit weird because I just jump into the opening statement in response to him, and I don't have any plan at all, and I'm just waffling about how Christianity is obviously better for society compared to Islam. I mean, look at the world and look at the statistics and so on. The funny thing is, it then descended into a very, very stupid direction very, very quickly, because
with Menge? I don't believe
apologist, also known as Menge, still does not understand how Christianity works.
Shocker.
He basically made the point saying to me, oh, there are no Christian societies because there is no proper Christianity. There are no Christian societies. Why? Because real Christianity is that you have to follow the Mosaic law. And it's like, after years of debating Christians, this is your understanding of Christianity? And I show him, I bring up passages in which Jesus directly goes against the Mosaic law and makes all food clean, and approves of working on the Sabbath. And then later on in Acts, the whole declaration, the conclusion that the converts are not bound by circumcision or by the Mosaic law. But he still doesn't understand it. He thinks that it's Paul just corrupting the scripture. And it's not Paul.
Dude, that's also weird because even the Quran itself said that when Jesus came, he made some things lawful that had been forbidden and some things forbidden that had been lawful.
Yeah. It was very embarrassing. It was very, very embarrassing. He also went to the thing in the Q&A. He actually brought up John 14:26, saying that Mohammed is prophesied Mohammed is mentioned by Jesus in the Gospel of John. when he mentions him as the Paraclete, which is the helper, to which I brought up, literally, I mean, this is the funny thing. I actually got myself recently this Greek English interlinear New Testament. I thought it would be helpful if somebody brings up such things, and went into here very quickly to refresh my memory, and I opened John 14:26, and it literally there in the Greek text, literally says the Paraclete, the helper, the Holy Spirit. I mentioned it to him. You know what his response was? His response was, "That's just your interpretation."
That's how it works.
It's literally the text, man.
Here's the wild part, man. Here's the seriously wild part. I've mentioned before. Menge has been around a long time, man. Back when I was getting started, Menge already had some Dawa group that, if you go to Answering Islam, when I was starting to write for Answering Islam, a bunch of the articles from back then were directed towards Menge and his group. So this guy's is not some new Dawa guy who just came along. He's been doing it. He's been doing this Dawa stuff and apologetic stuff and polemic stuff before I was, and I've been around a minute, and he still sucks. Isn't that crazy?
Very, very crazy. Very crazy, man. Very crazy.
All right, guys. So everyone, you could check that out on Modern Day Debates channel later, but you don't want to check it out right now because, man, have we got a show for you.
You know what the best part was? Somebody just
What?
brought it up. Wait, Nictum just brought it up and said the best part was when Mensch said Rebecca was 3 and AP asked him for a verse. So this actually happened during the debate. He said, you're a Christian and your Bible says Rebecca was 3 years old. I'm like, okay, can you show me which verse?
Chapter and verse. Chapter
He's
and
like,
verse.
oh, that's just different topic. It will take too long. Okay, no, you can just mention the verse. Which verse? And I was like, no, a different topic.
Reasonable request, right?
So somebody then in the Q&A actually sent a super chat asking which verse it is, and he couldn't do it.
Ah, poor Mensch. Poor Mensch getting exposed again. Oh, boy. What a guy. What a guy. Awesome times. Awesome times. Well, so Mensch was humiliated today, and tonight we've got other humiliations galore for our good friend Mohammed Hijab. You do have a comment or two about your debate. Okay, let's go through these. We're going to go through these first couple super chats, ladies and gentlemen. Then we're going to recap some of Mohammed Hijab's highlights, or should I say lowlights, in his messages to us and others over the years, just so anyone who's new here can get an idea of what they're dealing with and how they should be shocked that such a wonderful, amazing person would be accused of such horrible things. So we'll watch a couple of clips from Mohammed Hijab. Again, some of his highlights or lowlights, depending on your perspective. And then we'll get into the recent controversy and check out some of the newly released text messages, which he had apparently set it up so that they would be deleted after 24 hours. Apparently you can do that on WhatsApp. And so he had set up his WhatsApp account. Keep in mind, guys, so when he's saying that this woman's just a liar and a stalker, what he was saying was, show us the text messages, knowing that he had set them to be deleted after 24 hours after sending them. And therefore, he was thinking that she wouldn't have any text messages. Apparently, she had the foresight at some point to screenshot some of them. And so Mohammed Hijab's little brilliant tactic, well, just set it so that it deletes itself after 24 hours, wasn't entirely successful. So we're going to be checking that out. Let's take these first couple of super chats, and then we'll get to everything. It's going to be super dope. Hi, David. I had an epiphany the other day. Me too. It is not possible for a non-Muslim to be Islamophobic, since it is not irrational to fear a group that believes that God commands to kill the unbelievers. Yeah, it's a similar point with apostates, especially. They'll call apostates who are literally under a death sentence from Islam if Islam ever takes control. And they'll call them Islamophobes for not wanting Islam to spread.
Very profound.
Pretty ridiculous. Hi, Mr. Wood and Mr. AP. Mr. D. Wood and Mr. AP, what? I heard God Logic say that one of the hadiths say that if you don't sin, Allah would erase you from existence and replace you with someone who will, just so Allah could forgive you. Is that true? Yes. Yes, Allah says that he wants people to sin so that he can forgive them. And that if we don't sin, if human beings wouldn't have sinned, then Allah would have destroyed us and replaced us with people who would sin so that he can forgive us. It is interesting because if Allah wants people to sin and threatens people with destruction if they refuse to sin, who would be the ultimate nemesis of Allah? The ultimate nemesis of Allah, according to Islam itself, would be Jesus, because he refused to sin. Also, I made a video about this years ago. I pointed this out in a video called Islam's Secret Santa or something like that. But I pointed out that if Allah wants us to sin and he would destroy us if we didn't sin, then it's only because we sinned that we're all saved from being destroyed. And if we all sinned, and that's what saved us from being destroyed, who convinced us to sin and thus saved all of us from Allah's destruction? Satan. Satan tempted us to sin, according to Islam. And so, what would that mean? It would mean that the real hero of all human beings is Satan, according to Islam. He's the one who saved us from Allah. Allah is here to destroy us for not sinning, because Allah wants us to sin. Satan rescues us by convincing us to sin, which saves us from being obliterated by Allah. What is this religion? Is this a religion?
The funny aspect,
Yeah.
is also that Allah wants us to sin and specifically makes us sin, and then he's like, "How dare you sin? I'm going to torture you brutally for peeing on your pants."
That is a good point. So you guys getting that? So Allah wants us to sin, and then according to the Quran, He's the one who leads people astray. So He wants us to sin. He causes us to sin. He makes us sin. He programs us to sin, and then shame on you! How dare you!
He's like Loki, man. It's like messed up.
He's low-key Loki. I just watched AP's debate from earlier today.
No more, which sounds like a Spanish phrase to me whenever I say it.
Yeah. I just watched AP's debate from earlier today, and oh my, that guy was useless. Impossible.
He was the best Muslim debater ever, and I defeated him.
He is the most powerful. That's what you should go around saying. You should just post AP versus greatest Muslim debater ever. Guten Abend. So much for Saved P not being late. I have to say, AP was on time. He was a couple minutes early. That was me. It was me again. I never thought if you'd said to me a month ago, we're gonna like completely reverse roles, and AP is gonna be the one that's on time, and I'm gonna be the one that's a couple minutes late every time, I would say impossible. And yet here we are.
This is actually the trick that I made. I early on established this tradition of being late in order to corrupt you and make you also be late. And then I later on fixed it so that I am the one who is always early on and you are late. So I can always blame you forever when something goes wrong.
That'd be good. That's smart. We got Rick Newton, TikTok, don't look at the clock. Beast. Hey, we're here, man. A Jerry Springer skit of this situation would be funny. Oh, yeah. If only we had someone who's like big enough and cavemanish enough to imitate Mohammed Hijab. You have a big Jerry Springer show, and let's bring out Aisha. David applied to get a verified check on YouTube. Do I not have a verified check? I don't know. G fire block to you, D Wood, and Christianize apostate.
You see?
Christianize apostate. Did you say AP got the mange? Debate.
Yes.
Is Mohammed Hijab a master debater?
Very much so.
Satan, worship me and I will give you many wives. Jesus, your finished boy. Starts choking Satan, humiliating him from uncorrupted in jail. Yeah, that would be in the uncorrupted in jail. Growing up in the Armenian church showed me the path to Jesus from religion to relationship. God bless you, both of you. Thank you.
Wow.
AP, my brother, you are being used so mightily by God these days. Keep it up, brother. Great work. Oh, hi, David.
Thank you.
Hi, Abraham. Would you all consider taking super chats on GoFundMe like James from Modern Day Debate does? Sucks you lose so much of all your donations. Yeah, YouTube takes a cut of things and ads and all that stuff, but I don't know. It's their platform. They can take a cut. But yeah, I don't know. He does it through GoFundMe. That's interesting. AP's changing channel name. I like apostate prophet. Yeah, you're not going to be able to pull yourself away from that one, man.
I've also forever considered changing my the logo of my channel, making it a cuter logo. But whenever I ask people, they're like, "No,
you can't change anything. We will stop watching you.
How change it? How dare you change it?" So these are problems, man.
Hi, Dave. AP, any thoughts on Joel Osteen? Know him? I mean, I've heard of him. I've heard a bunch of accusations and stuff like that but I don't know. I don't know enough to talk about someone, and so I probably wouldn't.
And I only heard bad stuff, and I only saw bad stuff. Only witnessed bad stuff, but same. Don't want to talk about it.
Small jizya now, big one later. Cool. Jesus, the only way and the life. And the truth. It was so funny when he said in the debate that we do not have an objective criteria for the development index.
Yeah, so it was brought up that the Western nations are doing very, very well and are at the top when it comes to the Human Development Index, and Muslim countries not so much. And he's like, well, there is no objective criteria. And I said, well, there actually is. It's based on 3 criteria. It's education, health and access to health, and it's quality of life or something like that. And he's like, oh, that's just subjective. Like, what? That's not subjective.
Oh, wow. Definitely powerful stuff. Let's see. Mojob's defamation defense from Mojob's defamation defense lawyer. You've ruined me. Now I can't look at my smartwatch after workouts without going into Dawa voice. Oh, no, that's this person saying. What do you mean fitness decreased, but I am so strong? Liar. Oh, yeah. Got to go into Dawa. What do you mean fitness decreased, but I'm so strong? Liar. That is true.
Powerful, powerful.
This is my first super chat. Peace be upon y'all. Wondering if y'all ever heard of Jen Hus and what y'all think of him.
Congratulations on your first super chat. Do you know about Jan Hus?
Nope.
Do you mean the historical one? Wasn't that the one who is the Bohemian dude who was a proto? No, he was the part of the Hussite movement, which was proto-Protestantism, basically in Bohemia. I don't know much about him, just that is his role. That's all.
Me neither. Happy Palm Sunday, y'all. Thank you. This woman's stronger than Sauda for sure. Yes. Yeah. Sauda was willing to give in to what Muhammad wanted. I low-key want Hijab to defend his marriage as halal because it'll expose the corruption of Islamic principles and people will leave. And he already has defended it. He's just saying that she's lying. He's been defending it.
You're a liar.
So what you are saying is that Allah is everything atheists falsely accuse Yahweh of being. Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Yeshua Akbar, all praises to Lord Jesus. Thanks to you guys and God Logic Apologetics. I left Islam for Christianity. Jesus is Lord. That is awesome stuff.
Amen.
Apostate prophet is incorruptible like the Quran. AP debated a minge bag. Only Gmod players get this. I've heard what that means in, I think, the UK.
British.
Yeah.
Very British.
Thanks, Rick. And was Dihya Muhammad's bussy inspector? I don't know what that. Oh, what's going on? What's wrong with people, man? What's wrong with people? Hey. Okay, one more, and then we're jumping into. We're gonna recap some of Hijab's messages over the years. Our formulation is a patented blend of horny goatweed, dongquai, and slippery elm, guaranteed to keep your goats coming back for more. Oh, Xiagra. This is the Xiagra. This is Ali Dawa's Xiagra sales force. And let's see. Rick Roofer says, D Wood, did you ever go to the box in prison? If so, why? The box, you mean solitary? In jail, I was in solitary because they thought I was crazy. So they would stick me in solitaire. And that was a camera cell. So you're in a cell and there's a camera pointed at you so they can watch you all day and make sure you're not being too crazy. Apostate prophet, you should have brought up the mathematical error in the Quran in Surah Al-Nisan 11-12. You do have some mathematical problems, but quit telling other people what they should bring up in a debate.
No. I will never bring it up. Never. Just because you told me this, I will never, ever bring it up.
Yeah, we don't like taking orders. All right, last one, then we'll jump in. Liar times 9. I did not have textual relations with that woman. Momo Hijab, because it was Diyal Kalbi. He also looked. Hey, there's another defense he could be using right now. He could say, no, Allah just made it appear that I was married to her. Oh boy, because it was Dihal Kalbi, he also looked like Angel Gabriel with a little choking on the side by request. The Pillar of Islam. Yeah, the Pillars of Islam are collapsing really, really fast. We said this was going to be a bad year for Dawa, and it's already kicking off pretty quick. We're in full Dawa meltdown. I mean, it started off with AP's buddy, Central Dawa, threatening him, causing all that, and now we've got Mohammed Hijab in full meltdown mode and still lying and so on. And J.A. says, you seen Behind the Veils just now issued a new video. Yes, we're gonna be going through it. That's why we want to get started here. And let's go ahead, AP. And we'll start off with some of Mohammed Hijab's awesome messages where he shared his thoughts with the world.
Powerful.
Here's as someone who has lots of messed up thoughts entering my head constantly, I've understood over the years that you got to keep those from being exposed to the world, because the world just isn't ready for every weird thought that goes through some weird person's head. But hijab just tosses it out there. So here's one. I believe certain anti-Muslim women would wish they lived in the medieval period. Yeah, a period where if war was won by the opposing side, it was conventional that people could be taken as booty. Some historical accounts actually say some women would dress up for the captor. You see? You guys getting this? So anti-Muslim women, so women who criticize Islam. Hijab says that basically deep down these women were wishing that they lived in the medieval period where you had war. And it's different from war today. Today, if you fight a war, if the United States goes to war and so on, they're not going around taking women captive as war booty and stuff like that and taking them back and banging them. If a soldier does that, he'd be in trouble for it. And he'd go to prison for it. But back in the day, it was considered a part of the spoils of war. You just go in there, hey, we defeated you, and now we get to take your ladies. And he's saying that anti-Muslim women wish that they lived in this time because they're basically waiting to be captured and taken as war booty by people like Mohammed Hijab. What do you think, ladies? Because there's a lot of ladies in the chat here. A lot of ladies in the chat here who criticize Islam. So, what do you think? Is he right? Is that what ladies are waiting for? They're just, ooh, I wish I could be conquered by Mohammed Hijab. Him so strong and manly and eloquent and such.
Well, obviously, why else would he say it? Mm-hmm. Why are you even asking the women?
Yeah, and then, hey, AP, and then we've got these awesome messages from Hijab that he was sending to you. I'll start at the top. You two can play with each other. Get on your knees for the wood. Gimp. Daily Wire can give you a golden shower. Go ahead and give Daily Wire what he wants. Wink. Yeah, this is the champion of Dawah, ladies and gentlemen. This is the hero of young Muslims everywhere. Let D-Wood give you a golden shower. Gimp, get on your knees for your master. Boy, you can suck that golden showed. Golden showed from your master. Golden showed. Golden showed. Oh, here's more. I know you need a slave master. Golden shower. Gimp, get on your knees for your master. Let him slap your face, you fiend. This is the hero of Dawah. This is the greatest da'i of our time. This is how he rolls. But it doesn't stop there. This one's directed towards AP. Gonna avoid using the word because YouTube tends to put the notes and stuff, the warnings and stuff on stuff. If you mention the S word here, if I were an anxiety-ridden, hate-filled nihilist atheist like Apis, hey, that's the apostate prophet, I would consider ending myself as a serious option. That is because the world offers such humans more pain than pleasure. The pain of being a coward, the pain of having no purpose. Just find a tall building and... What's he telling you to do here? Might as well jump. Go ahead.
Like, he doesn't really tell me to do anything. He just says find a tall building. What if he means like take a photo of a tall building? You know, we don't really know.
Yeah, or like set up a cool studio in a tall building to expose Islam.
Yeah, could very well be true. I mean, how do we know? Mm-hmm. How do we know?
And then we have Apis. Here's where he addresses you directly. Apis, I want to give you sincere advice. I think you should end yourself, not because you are a talentless coward or because you are a waste of space. I think the world is offering you more pain than pleasure. It is not morally objectionable for you, so why not? Well, just think, Mohammed Hijab, if AP had taken your advice, he wouldn't be a super base Christian right now. Oh, what? Or a Kate Schumann. Kate Schumann. So, guys, again, this is the champion of Dawah of our time, right? So, women are waiting to be taken as captives. That's what they really want. Golden showers, golden showers, golden showers. Gimp. By the way, can you imagine what this dude's doing to his wives? If everything he posts is like, golden showers, oh, you like golden showers? Yeah, me strong than you. Oh, boy, what a weirdo.
And by the way, golden showers.
Yes, gotta have the golden showers. Then we have this classic that led to a lot of Quran desecration over the years.
Oh, boy.
This, by the way, was about Mrs. Apostate, AP's wife. And this is what he said. And underneath this, he's responding to a tweet from her. But he says, when these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees. And this is the one where you have to look at what he does. He is aware that if he says certain things, he would get banned. So what he would do back in the day, I don't know if he still does it, but what he would do back in the day is write everything out to where it's clear what he's talking about, but then add a bunch of words so that he could have plausible deniability and say, no, I was saying something else. So when these anti-Muslim attention whore Islamophobes need to get on their knees, but then he'll put in intellectual submission, before they are whipped by freedom of speech, by the Twitter Muslims, and they reluctantly open their mouth in protestation to find they have been defiled by truth. So you see, you're reading between the lines here, ladies and gentlemen. Get on their knees before they are whipped, and they reluctantly open their mouth to find they have been defiled. And then what does he do? He just adds intellectual submission, freedom of speech, in protestation, defiled by truth. So he has all these. That's
so
his
intelligent. How is he doing this?
He's so smart. Let me put out all these threats of raping and abuse and torture and stuff like this, and I'll just add some words. What a sick. And guys, again, this is the hero. This is the hero of Dawah. And then after he posted this, he called on his fellow Muslims to do the same thing. So to go after everyone's wives. That was the message. Don't go after AP and Abdullah Samir and other ex-Muslims. Don't go after them. Go after their wives. Because normally, this would be the idea back then, heaping threats and insults on people, sometimes that works. It doesn't work with the people the ex-Muslims who started calling out Islam. And so he's realizing, wait, our normal tactics don't work. So let's try something else. Let's go after all their wives and stuff. So after he posted that, he said, I call upon all of the Muslim Twitter soldiers to work within the full scope of the law to create maximum damage to the cause of Apus and his public figure wife. No, his public figure with AB. They are demoralized and on the ropes. Do not let the weak-minded Muslims deter you. Finish them. So he was encouraging all his followers to go out and follow his example of heaping these threats of torture and rape and so on.
Now, I really want to ask Mohammed Hijab, looking back after all of these years, does it seem like this worked?
Yeah. How do you think this went for you, Hijab? Because all I recall from all this is we started eating the Quran and stuff, and you guys backed down like a bunch of little girls, and
Yes.
and then you stopped this whole little plot. So it didn't
Yes.
work. And now, guess what? Quran desecration was very rare back then. It was very rare. People, when people did it, people thought they were weird. Now, it's normal. It's a part of everyday life all over the world. All thanks to Mohammed Hijab. And of course, we have way more to thank Mohammed Hijab for than just this. He was the mastermind who undermined the perfect preservation nonsense by getting Sheikh Yasser Qadi on with him to expose all the different versions of the Quran and so on, and how it's all been a lie. So that's awesome. But then we have this. He doesn't just talk to non-Muslims or critics of Islam in this way. What do we have here? Okay, can I suck your wife's tit to make a moron?
Every so often I forget about this.
Yeah. And then Boo North says, what kind of mannerisms are these? Shame on you, Muhammad. Why is it wrong? He believes it's halal. He's asking to suck another man's wife's breast. The amazing part to me is not that, right? The amazing part is that he's literally making fun of Allah and Muhammad in this, because this was what Allah and Muhammad said. It's okay. Sometimes the idea, everyone, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, but if you're new to Islam, in the Hadith, you read about some verses that are missing from the Quran, and they're missing verses about breastfeeding adult men. And you say, what's that about? Well, the idea was sometimes a man would have to go out of town, but his wife would have to be around another man, like he works in the house or something like that. And so man came to Muhammad. Muhammad, hey, we've what about guys like me who have to go out of town? We have to leave our wives at home, and our wives are going to be around some other guy. What do we do about that? And Muhammad's solution that came from Allah, that was in the Quran, that was originally part of the Quran, was have your wife breastfeed the grown man 10 times, and then he'll basically be like he'll be her foster son, basically, because she breastfed him. And so there won't be any sexual tension between them when you're gone, because he'll be like her baby. And then there's this creepy part where a woman says, but Muhammad, he's got a beard. And Muhammad says, and it says, and I know he has a beard, and he smiled. So this is a creepy dude, right? He's like, yes, you see this guy with this beard? Yes, just have your wife put her big round breasts in his mouth so he can suck on her breast. And then he won't be sexually attracted to her anymore, because she'll be like his mom, and you can go out of town and not worry about anything. What a lunatic, man.
What a stupid fantasy is this, where apparently this is how you solve the problem of sexual attraction.
Yeah, it's like, who thinks that this is a good idea, that a man, like if a man is going to be around a woman and you don't want them committing some sort of sexual sin or something like that while you're gone, oh, well, she can just pull up her dress and plop those bosoms right in his face. And that's gonna solve the problem, right? No one in history except Muhammad would think this is a good idea. You would expect, if he's actually getting this from Allah, which is what he claimed, you would expect the creator of the universe, who created men and their minds and who created breasts, to actually know about what it does when a guy sucks on a woman's breast. So anyway, so here, the crazy part to me is that Allah and Muhammad think this is a great idea. Everyone else in history thinks it's stupid, except for guys who just want to do this.
Yeah, I know what happened. He actually tried. He probably tried this with one of his friends. He wanted one of his friends to come to visit him frequently and not be attracted to one of his many wives. So he invited them over and had them, try this out. This is actually a scientific experiment. He tried it out. He had them suck one of his wife's breasts, and then he asked him, so, hey, did it work? Did it work? How do you feel about it now? And the guy was like, oh, yeah, yum, yum. I'm absolutely no longer attracted to her. Yum, yum, yum. And he was like, oh, that seems to work. So
yeah. So ladies, now you know, if you have some weird stalker or something like this, if you have some guys following you around, he's like, hey, oh, I want to be with you. And you're like, no, I don't like you. And he's like, but come on, I'm obsessed with you. Just let him breastfeed for a while, and then he won't be attracted to you anymore, because he'll feel like, oh, she's my mom now. She's my mom. What is this?
All right, I have a solution for us. Don't worry. Here, take my breasts, and take my breasts.
And the crazy part is, Mohammed Hijab understands how stupid and insane this is, and he starts making fun of it. So for people who actually were defending it, apparently, and saying, no, this is halal, and his response is, okay, can I fuck your wife and make her mahram? And so he's making fun of this, and this is from Allah. This is from his God. Awesome stuff. So anyway, guys, that's what we're working with here with Mohammed Hijab. We'll check out a couple of video clips from our good friend Mohammed Hijab. Let's go ahead and take a couple more super chats and then jump into a couple video clips. Please tell my wife Karen that she lost the game.
You lost the game, Karen.
You lost, Karen. You should have never agreed to play Micah in a game of Risk.
Take the L and move on.
Take the L. Take the L, you lost. I'm also writing a college essay on the Crusades and why they were justified due to Islamic aggression. Can y'all recommend any good sources on the subject? College databases suck. Check out Raymond Ibrahim's work on this. And if you just grab one of his books on this, then you can actually go to the bibliography and get a ton of other sources. Do you think Christianity can coexist with other religions? Please explain your answer. Thank you, guys. Do I think Christianity can coexist with other religions? Yeah, it does. Like, there are other religions around. and even in massively Christian majority countries. So yes, it can coexist.
It can exist.
Look, Momo is just quoting satanic verses. Yeah, no problem there. Mo Hijab offered to take his hotel wife back after he. Oh, this is from Harris. Hey, Harris, you can jump in if you want. Mo Hijab offered to take his hotel wife. Offered to take his hotel wife back after he divorced her. Who do you think he would have asked? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was thinking about that when this stuff first came out. That was saying that he was going to take her back. But then, guys, you have this rule that if you're divorcing a woman and they're going to take her back, then she has to have sex with another guy first.
It's reasonable.
And so he would have to. So Harris is saying, who do you think he would have asked? So he'd be like, yo, Ali Dawa, we've been banging this woman in the hotel. She's my little mutter wife, but I divorced her and I want to remarry her so I can continue banging her in the hotel. So, but Allah says you have to bang her first. So you do this.
No problem here. I'll do it for you, Prof.
Help a brother out. Do you have any open wife slots? Do you have it, or are you 4-wife max already? If so, can you divorce one of them so you can bang my ex so I can take her back? What is this religion, man? Oh boy.
I'd always wife maxing. Did you see that? Did you see the video clip of Mohammed Hijab where he sits down with Daniel Kikuchu and
we're about to watch it. We're literally about to watch it.
Okay.
You're talking about the polygamous one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're about to watch that, ladies and gentlemen. I told you, it's the highlights, possibly the lowlights. Let's see. Abu Bakr here says, Blessed Palm Sunday to you both, D Wood and AP. D Wood, I have a solution for your comic book conundrum. Have your new Christian friend, the creator of the character Deadpool, sign the comic, then auction it off, donate the cash to charity near to your... That's exactly what my plan was. I was leaving and I didn't have time to go find the boxes that have my old comics in it. But that was exactly what you just said was exactly my plan. I was going to take them to him, have him sign them, and have them, it's some sort of charity thing. That was going to be my solution. That'll still be my solution. I just would have worked out well when I was actually going to see the dude and talk to him. But 5 pillars of Islam: 1, child marriage; 2, wife punching; 3, erotic choking; 4, I have a revelation; 5, stab the kuffar. These ain't collapsing. That is good. Those are the good. It's a good pillars there.
Pretty powerful.
Checked AI video of Mahomojub. Chris made a video on it. Oh yeah. It's pretty terrible. So that's Mohammed Hijab posted a response on a new channel that's an AI voice, but the AI sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab, and talks exactly like Mohammed Hijab, his same cadence and so on. So he programmed it. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Hijab had his messages in WhatsApp set so that they auto delete themselves after 24 hours. And then in his challenge has been, if this woman is telling the truth and we're actually married, let her produce the text messages. And he didn't realize that she was actually capturing some of them. Oopsie. But I thought I had a brilliant master plan.
And how could I not think of this? Oh no.
His other master plan was he uses a different phone, and he's saying, I only have one phone. He's already admitted elsewhere that he has multiple phones, right? But he's like, I only have one phone, so let her show that this is coming from my true number that all my friends know. Yeah, because you're the first guy who has a secret second wife who came up with the idea that a second phone is good so that your wife never sees your text messages and so on. Come on, dude. Who are you talking to?
That's very smart, man. Very, very smart.
Or just pay back money to the comic book store. Yeah, the comic book store is long gone. That's why I couldn't just go back and give them their stuff back. I was actually messed up because I would break into a store, steal a bunch of their stuff, go sell the stuff to a different store, and then break into that store to steal back the stuff that I had already stolen and then sold to them. I eventually got caught, though. And guys, just so you know, in my testimony video where I say I was running from the cops, that was from one of these things. I was breaking into a place to steal back the stuff that I'd sold to these guys that I'd stolen from somewhere else, and this time I had a partner, and he screwed everything up. Don't get a partner.
I was running from the police.
AP's laughter at Mo Hijab is proof he's right. That is.
I don't laugh.
Mojab's a physical giant, but a mental midget. That is a good description. Momo got whipped by freedom of speech. Sounds like more like broke back Momo. Yeah, broke butt Momo. Do you see the proof? Momo really wants these satanic angels to choke him with revelations. What a sick freak. That is. He's a pretty sick dude. Harris, I can do a lot for Mohammed Hijab. From Cyrus the Great. I know we are commanded to love our enemies, but Hijab and people like him sure make it difficult sometime. May the Lord open their eyes so they can see the error of their ways and repent. Austin, look at what you just did. Look at what you just did. You're saying it makes it hard to love people like that. And that's because very frequently people in the West especially tend to think of love as just like a warm feeling. But look at what you just said. You said, may the Lord open their eyes so they can see the error of their ways and repent. What did you do? You want the best. You want what's best for him. That is more in line with the Christian concept of agape love. It's something, and notice in the Bible, when you're commanded to love your enemies, it's always associated with doing something, right? Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Can you conjure up a warm feeling about someone that you can't stand or that has done horrible things to you? It's possible, but probably not. Can you pray for them? Yes, that is fully under the control of your will. You can pray for somebody. When Paul says, if your enemy is hungry, give him something to eat. If your enemy is thirsty, give him something to drink. Again, can you just control the feelings you have about someone? No, that could take a long time. But can you give your enemy something to drink if you see him thirsty? Yes, you can. That is completely under the control of your will. So you are on the right page here, my friend. Opinions on sincere, chaste Muslims like Boo Noor.
Whomst?
I do not know whomst that is. But guys, I disagree with Muslims, and I would, happy to tell them where we, discuss things we disagree on and stuff. If someone is living just a normal life and working and has no intentions of conquering the world and subjugating us and killing apostates and things like that, I don't have any problem beyond, okay, we have a disagreement that we can discuss about, who's right about God and things like that. But I don't have a problem with that person as a person. Would be happy to get along with people, Muslims and so on. But so I don't know Boo Noor, but generally I don't have a problem with Muslims who aren't, we will humiliate you and destroy you and take you captives and the heck.
This is David's fuzzy love speaking.
Yep. Theory. Mojab is a closeted homo. He projects an act of being strong and powerful while he wishes he was on the receiving end of his al-Kalbi. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes. All good Islamic women are attracted to pill popper, weed smoker, and hotel enjoyer Mohammed Hijab. I don't know about some of that stuff, but definitely part-time stripper. So lots of women are attracted to guys who are strippers, and Mohammed Hijab is a part-time stripper. The maid isn't done cleaning the sheets before my afternoon hotel marriage. His hotel marriage. Guys, Mo was gay. It explains Diha and why he thought boobs would be a turnoff. Yes, if you want, that would make sense if he was actually gay and he's like, the most disgusting thing in the world is boobs. Diha has no boobs. He only has powerful pectorals. So if you want to drive a man away, just put your breast in his mouth, and then he will be so repulsed he will never want to do anything with you.
Boobs are disgusting. That make me sick. Just thinking of it. Everybody hates boobs just like me.
What a weirdo. Abraham says, okay, fine, David. I should give you some credit as well. You are also a great apologist. 7th greatest being used by God. Good job, bro. Oh, hi, AP. Cool. Great. I didn't expect to be on any list. That was funny when we actually pulled it up. Great job in the debate, AP.
Thank you. It was very difficult, but I did it.
Powerful. She realizes we aren't having little Osamas after the 11th straight Muta session. That is kind of, she wanted a family and kids and a house and stuff like that, and he was not.
All I wanted was a family.
I had to dip out of AP's debate with Menj after Menj created some arbitrary standard on what a Christian society is and kept on doubling down on that.
Yeah, it was very stupid.
Mohammed had Diha's number set to Gabriel in his phone. Show me that this was Diha. It clearly says Gabriel. Liars. Liars! What is this religion, man? Blessed Palm Sunday and week leading to the resurrection. Oh, hi, Martin. By the way, tomorrow one of the saints commemorated at liturgy is Saint Martin, Bishop of Rome.
No, that's a different Martin.
That's a different Martin. You think there's only been one Martin? There's all kinds of Martins. There's Martin Short. There's Steve Martin. There's Martin Lawrence from the show Martin. Last Spicy Ramen thinks that these are all the same Martin because they all have the same name, just like the Quran, the author of the Quran thought Mary, the mother of Jesus, was the same person as Mary, the sister of Aaron and Moses, because they're both named Miriam in Arabic. New here and puzzled by all the pee talk. Why do the Islams always talk about golden showers and say, please pee upon him? What the what? Yeah, that is super weird.
Please pee upon him.
Please pee upon him. Oh, yeah. It is weird. It is weird. All right. So thank you for the super chats, everyone. Let's jump into some video clips of Hijab. We're just going to look at a couple short ones. Again, these are some of the lowlights. The lowlights from...
Low life.
Some of the lowlights from... from over the years. Take a couple of lowlights here, just to give you an idea of what is popular in Dawah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a young Muslim and you say, hey, I want to be a powerful da'i, we know what works. We know what works. Being a nice guy, being someone who would be persuasive to non-Muslim Westerners and so on, that's all gone. Those days are gone. You have to act really weird and say really creepy stuff like this.
If you look just at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. The reason why it's haram to have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old is not found in the Quran at all.
Keep in mind what he just said there. He did agree. He does believe it's haram to have sex with a 5-year-old. Although, if you're like Daniel Hakikachu, nope, Daniel Hakikachu thinks it's fine. And I bet Mohammed Hijab thinks it's fine under certain circumstances. If she's basically big for a 5-year-old or something like that. Why? Because that's as he's pointing out, there's nothing in the Quran that stops you. It's halal according to the Quran. He believes in a kind of harm principle that you get from the Hadith. It's just Muhammad saying, don't harm others and stuff like that, which Hijab thinks you can just apply anytime you feel like it. When you can't, because obviously if you're chopping people's heads off and stuff, then it allows harm. But anyway, he brings this in, and therefore, you shouldn't have sex with a 5-year-old because it would probably harm her in some way. But which is why Daniel Hakikachu insists, well, if there are signs of maturity, if there are signs that she's maturing and so on. So I'm guessing that Hijab would agree with that. But he's talking about what the Quran says, and pretty creepy.
If you just read the Quran, it is halal. It would be halal to have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. In Surah Al-Talaq, chapter 65, verse 4, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us who you can divorce and who you cannot divorce. And then he says, وَاللَّائِ لَمْ يَحِدْنَ وَاللَّائِ لَمْ يَحِدْنَ, and the ones who had never been pubescent before. And by the way, this is very important, yeah? I want all Muslims to be aware of this. The reason why we don't have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds or whatever is not because of puberty. Wait a minute, what did you say?
Wait a minute, what did you say?
It's not because of puberty.
By the way, look at all these Muslim girls sitting around listening to this, saying that, hey, according to the Quran, according to our book, which is perfect and is completely self-explained and clear, you can have sex with a 5-year-old, according to our book.
Because that verse in the Quran actually says lam yahid. They never had puberty before. You can't go around that.
Can't go around that.
The Quran doesn't say anywhere in the Quran that the woman has to be pubescent.
Not a word.
I dare you to find one verse in the
Triple
Quran
dog dare you.
where it says you're not allowed to marry someone based on harm.
Bring forth your
Or
proof.
you're not allowed to have sexual intercourse based on harm. Or you're not allowed to marry someone based on puberty. So if you're on Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse.
Anyone want to give a verse that says a woman has to be pubescent? A girl has to reach puberty to have sex with her?
I dare you.
Triple dog dare you. What? Because 65-4 says you would be wrong.
I dare you.
I want one verse in the Quran from the beginning of the book to the end of the book which says that she has to be pubescent.
I've just said that.
So okay, so that makes it halal from your perspective. From your perspective, it's halal. You know, in the Quran it says, "Hurumat alaykum ummahatukum." It says you're not allowed to marry your mum. It says you're not allowed to marry your sister, your auntie. Where does it say you're not allowed to marry a prepubescent? I'm looking for one verse that you can say, you pinpoint it and say, this is where it says prepubescent marriage or whatever is not allowed. So if you're Quran alone, you're steered towards pedophilia, a severe type of pedophilia, a wife abuse, a severe type of wife abuse.
Did you guys catch what he just said there? He says if you just go with the Quran, you'd be steered towards a severe type of pedophilia, not just regular pedophilia. He knows that's exactly what you get from the Hadith, but a more severe type of pedophilia where you think it's perfectly acceptable to have sex with 4- and 5-year-olds, which happens to be exactly what Daniel Hakikachu thinks. And again,
I've never seen a video before.
Again, I think Mohammed Hijab would agree with Daniel Hakikachu if the girl is showing that, she's not too skinny, you're not going to crush her, things like that. And I'm saying that because that's what you find in the schools of Islamic jurisprudence. When they wanted to discuss this harm principle and not harming a girl, it was, okay, are you going to crush her, or are you going to completely rip her open when you're having sex? And so what's
I'm going to destroy her.
Yep. Welcome to Islam. All right. So why would we think that Mohammed Hijab would be okay with a young girl as long as she's, seems a bit like you wouldn't break her and so on? Well, he was saying, I think he was talking about like a 13-year-old or something like that with Sneeko, but you could see the idea. It's if a girl seems like she's ready physically, then do as you will. Let's check this out.
No, we don't think there's any problem with it at all. We think that it's just because we have a different idea of what it means to be a child, which can be tracked historically. But now, if the situation has changed, we'd say that the general principle in Islam is, you can do what you kind of want, so long as, I'm not going to say you can do what you want so long as you're harming. You can marry whomever you want to marry, so long as it doesn't cause them harm, physical and psychological.
Get it? So if you, if you're feeling on your little child bride, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, and you're like, hey, I think I could actually do something here and it wouldn't cause her permanent damage or something like that. Well, that's a job.
For example, if I marry a 100-year-old woman, or Sneeko, if you marry with your tank top a 100-year-old woman, and
I like how he always tries to get his buddies laughing with him and stuff, and then they'll start laughing while talking about their sick fantasies and stuff like that. But Sneeko's just stone faced. Look at this. Watch. Hijab's trying to get him to join him and start joking and laughing and stuff about this stuff. Because we'll see it, guys. We'll see it. We'll see him doing this with Daniel. Same thing. But
you get involved with her intimately, she might die. I mean, she might have some kind of health problem. So we would say that, well, if you were to be intimate with a 14-year-old or 13-year-old who's got huge hips and huge breasts and huge body, I mean, quite frankly, we would say it's not going to have the same effect medically. I mean, no one can make the argument. But in these countries where we live in now, one is legal and one is illegal. So, in other words, you can't marry a 100-year-old woman, but you can marry that girl that's, you can't be. You're a pedophile if you go for the girl that's got the hips. And once again, pedophilia is very relative.
What's that they say, AP? Hips don't lie.
You see, the hips don't lie.
A birth certificate.
I did it because she had big hips. The hips don't lie. What's your problem with me?
Birth certificates can lie. IDs and driver's licenses can lie, but hips don't lie. Yes. Her birth certificate may say she's 5, but her hips don't lie.
I find this constant, this repeated appeal by Muslim apologists whenever we come to the topic to comparing a little child to a very old woman, very, very stupid. It's it's ridiculously dumb. And Daniel Hakikachu does it as well. He did this as well in the past. He did it in debates with other people. I'm not sure if he brought it up in the debate with IP, but he said, "Well, why is it okay then to have sex with an old woman who could die? You could kill her." Well, first off, dude, we're talking about completely different things here. We're talking about an underdeveloped child that has very much no agency over something that is so important at that point. She is not able or ready to properly make a decision about this, and could permanently damage and permanently hurt herself and permanently have her life ruined. And you're comparing that to an old person at the end of their lives. Now, just on the basic level, we're talking about completely different things. Mm-hmm. What kind of a dumb comparison is this?
Yeah, in other words, I would say, yes, a young, horny guy should not be marrying a 103-year-old woman because he's going to damage her. The difference is an adult woman would be able to speak out and say, keep this guy off me. A child who's been brainwashed into thinking that, hey, you have to keep your mouth shut when this 54-year-old creep takes your virginity. In other words, yes, you protect old people who are being victimized, and you should protect young people. What do people like Mohammed Hijab do? You say, hey, why are you guys obsessed? Why are you guys like Daniel Hakikachu and stuff defending sex with 4- and 5-year-olds? This is really creepy stuff. Stop this stuff.
But what? But there's no law against a 20-year-old marrying a 100-year-old. What's the problem?
Okay, that even
I'm so smart.
Even if there's no law, because it would be kind of weird to just say a young person cannot marry an old person. So it's hard to make a law like that. That has nothing to do with saying you shouldn't be having sex with little kids. Nothing to do with it, right? So anyway, weird stuff. But they're the champions of whataboutism. It's called whataboutism.
Whataboutism.
Speaking of polygamy among the Dawa clowns, here's Hijab and Daniel Hakikachu. And Hijab talking about what the Dawa guys are doing.
Woohoo.
Most of the big names of Dawah have at least done polygamy once. The Du'at, I would say it's about 85%. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters. But
Wait, let's pause this here.
Uh-huh.
He said the Dawah guys, that's what it means.
He said he estimates 85%.
Those who do Dawah, those who do Muslim apologetics and spreading Islam, among those it is 85%, he said,
mm-hmm.
have practiced polygamy.
So he's saying, he knows his fellow da'is. So he knows Hamza Tortoise, he knows Ali Dawa, he knows all the da'is because he goes around to the conferences and stuff like that. And he's saying he estimates that 85% of these guys have been in polygamous relationships. And what does he say here? Then he's talking about what kind of girls are most accepting of being in polygamous relationships. And he says that it's the reverts. So when they're out there trying to convince these girls to convert to Islam, they know these are the girls who are they're just new into Islam, and you can this is what you're going to do. You're going to be my second, third, fourth wife or whatever. And he's saying they're the ones who are most open to this. But check this out. And look at these guys. Look at Daniel's face. They're loving this. Oh, really? Oh, see, we're all banging multiple girls behind the scenes. Then we trade them out, and I've got my wife, and then I got my second wife, and third wife, and fourth wife. Then I'll divorce my fourth wife and replace her with this new girl. And hey, can I have your daughter? Your daughter's 6. Can I have her? What the heck is this religion?
This is illegal, by the way, in the UK.
Yeah, that's why they're not official as far as the state is concerned. According to the state, these are still single mothers. That's why they receive state benefits and so on. But these guys are,
which is fraud. So
yeah,
This is what they do.
And so they go ahead and guys, look at them. Look at their faces. They love this. Ha ha ha, we're all polygamous. Why is this relevant? If you go back 15 years, even saying, hey, Islam allows polygamy, they call you a liar. No, that was just for a particular time when there were all these widows because all the men died in battle, and it was just an exception for this one time. And so this is something that would never apply today. And it's basically if you go back 15 years, everything they said we were lying about back then, they are now laughing about and bragging, which makes me think it was you guys who were lying back then, calling us liars, and we were speaking the truth. Isn't this weird?
That sounds pretty Islamophobic, man.
Yeah. So let's check this out. Look at Daniel's face this entire time, and Hijab's face. They love this. They think it's hilarious. Yes, we're out there. Oh, we're getting these revert girls, and we're just banging them, and we're passing them around, and I'll bang one for a while, and then I'll divorce her, and then the next Dawa guy can take her as a third wife, and he gets to bang her for a while. Let's get some more revert girls. Let's get some more of these girls. They're loving it.
Well, I've been banging all the reverts
of Dawah have at least done polygamy once. The du'at, I would say it's about 85%. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters.
It even reaches 50%. In the UK, what percentage of imams and shuyukh and du'at have a second wife? What percentage would you say?
That's very difficult to know, but that's a difficult one. It depends on what kind of community as well. Like the Asians here, they're not really into it that much. The Pakistanis and the
Pakistanis are in the grooming gangs. They're going after the 12-year-olds, and they're not interested in marrying them. So yeah.
But the reverts are into it. Like black people are into it here. You know, not all blacks. Somali uncles are into it. Like a lot of Somalis with it. You'll find like Somalis have a lot. Arabs are into it. North Africans do it. You know, so it depends on. I think a lot of it is to do with like community-based and demographics and how the woman will take it. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters. From my experience of observing the situation, you know,
look at what he just did, guys. Look at what just happened. He said, the ones who take it the best, in other words, being polygamous, are the revert sisters. And then he goes, based on my experience. And then he goes, of observing, and he starts laughing. In other words, yeah, of course, when I talk about my experience, we know I'm talking about my experience. But I don't want to just admit that right now, so I'll just say observing. But he's admitting what he's saying by his laughter. Look at this. He's admitting that he's doing this. So he loves getting reverts, so when he's at Speaker's Corner trying to convince young ladies to revert to Islam, these are the future little sidewives and so on. But look, watch him do it.
And how the woman will take it. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters. From my experience of observing the situation, you know,
you guys catch that? The ones who take it the best, being in polygamous relationships, are the revert sisters. In my experience of observing. Yeah, great guy.
The funny thing is that when he says those who take it best are the reverts, it also sounds like a play on words. But you know.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, AP. We would have never noticed that about him talking about the ladies who take it best.
This seems like an open joking about how the banging the white ones is the best.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So guys, I can't emphasize this enough. This is the world champion of Dawa here. This is the champ. This is the one. If you act like this, you will be famous. If you act like this and you can pull it off.
Dear people of the UK, listen to the Muslim apologists. Listen to the famous Muslims here sitting down and joking about how banging the white girls of the UK is the best thing.
And it's just amazing because these guys can sit here saying it. If we say it about them or about their religion, we get accused of being Islamophobes, even if we're just repeating exactly what they said and exactly what's in their sources. So if we say, hey, do you know that a lot of these guys are going around and they're in polygamous relations? Oh, you Islamophobe! How dare you? Fun time.
Think about this again, dear people of the UK, dear people of Great Britain. Think once again about how these proud Muslims, the proud Islamists here, are sitting down and joking and laughing about how, giving it to the white girls in the UK is the best thing. They love it. Mm-hmm. They love it. They love taking the white girls and having sex with them. They absolutely love it. They love it. And you guys are just sitting there and thinking, I don't know. It doesn't sound that bad. It might not be the religion that's the problem. I guess it's a religion of peace.
Mm-hmm. Can't say no one warned you. We're telling you, and they're telling you, and you refuse to listen.
Community has their thing, you know, and I think the Pakistanis are the least likely to do it. Like the older generation Pakistanis and Bengalis and stuff, they're least likely to do it. I haven't really seen that many, but now the Salafis are doing it. Salaf Pakistanis are doing it. Salaf Pakistanis are doing it. It's more possible in the Salafi communities, I think, than the Deobandi communities and the.
You say it's like half? Is it 50% or more?
Who?
Of all shuyukh, imams, and du'at?
Much less than that.
Much less.
The du'at, I would say it's about 85%.
Did you catch that? He's saying it's the highest among da'is. He's saying it's lower among sheikhs and so on. And other than that, it depends on the community. But the dawah guys, he says, 85%. So the vast majority of dawah guys have been in polygamous relationships. So think about this, because the guys who go around trying to win these reverts, trying to get people to revert to Islam, are the same guys who are entering into polygamous relationships, knowing that the women they dupe into converting to Islam are the most likely ones to accept being second, third, fourth wives, even secret wives, and so on. Isn't this interesting? Isn't this interesting? So why are you guys trying to get these women to convert, these young ladies to convert? Because you want to bang them and then pass them around. That's the real. I mean, he's saying it.
Well, that's way more than 50%.
No, the dais.
Shuyukh, imams, that whole class.
Either who have.
Just tell me how many of them have multiple wives.
The dais that I've come across in like proper mashayikh and stuff like at that level, 80%.
Yeah, that's compared to the U.S. That's very high. Like I don't think that over here it even reaches 50%.
Doesn't it sound to you like? Doesn't it sound to you like the Dawa scene is another grooming gang, which is like where they just
dude, you can make a video out of that. You can make a video of that Dawa, the real grooming gang. Something like that.
They want to convert white women, and then
it's a nice day for a white woman.
I just found another white woman who converted to Islam, and she's very very. She has them hips and breasts. You know, I saw that before she covered up. And I have another spot open for a woman.
She's only 5.
Because I heard reverts take it the best.
We got this 5-year-old revert. She's only 5, but hips don't lie.
Yep. This is what they do. But of course, the people in Britain are like, "Oh my eyes! Who else is going to have sex with them girls? I'll let the Muslims have him. No problem."
Mm-hmm.
But most of the big names,
of
Dawah have at least done polygamy once. Mm-hmm. Most of them, if not, like every person that you can think of, like.
Look at this. You see how funny. Every person you can think of. So, okay, who are the people we can think of? Ali, Dawa, Hamza, Tortoise, all these guys. Yeah, everyone you can think of. That's him saying it. We can think of Mohammed Hijab. He's saying we're all banging multiple chicks behind the scenes. That's what we're all doing.
Crusade. Okay.
The big names and people you wouldn't expect. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's surprising. Some people have like 20 kids.
Wow.
I know there's.
You guys hearing this? Oh, but Islam is spreading so rapidly. How are you doing that? We were banging multiple wives and some of us have 20 kids. Talking about the da'is. He's saying people don't know this. Behind the scenes, these guys have multiple wives and 20 kids.
One da'i, who I won't mention, very famous da'i, he's got 30 kids.
Wow.
You know?
MashaAllah.
So
yeah, we'll let people imagine who.
Everyone catch that? He says he knows one of the Dawah guys who has 30 kids. This guy has 30 kids. How's he doing that? He's got a bunch of wives, and you can trade those out. So you can have 3 or 4 kids with one wife and divorce her, and have another. And so you can have 4. You can have 4 at one time. And they're saying these guys. He knows a Dawah guy who has 30 kids. Interesting. One more clip before we get into the recent scandal. This is a couple of clips. This is from Hatun. This is from Hatun's channel, where she put some clips together about Ali Dawa's Bitter Truth show. And the Bitter Truth show is basically where they're trying to make it like the Fresh and Fit thing, where they get girls and guys together and so on. But in reality, it's just guys sitting women down to condition them so that they are more open to having second, third, fourth wives and so on. And they're telling them they're bad. They're bad Muslim. They're bad, selfish Muslim women if they don't let their husbands have second, third, fourth wives, because men just aren't made for monogamous relationships. But here we go.
Feminist sisters who love their sisters, who will die for their sisters, will take a bullet for their sisters, but will not share their husbands for their sisters.
You can lie.
Did you catch that? Isn't it strange that you got these women and they love their sisters, they would die for their sisters, but they won't share their husbands with their sisters? What's wrong with these women, innit? What's wrong with them? If you really love your sisters, then you should let us bang them. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. If you really care about your sisters, you should have no problem with us banging your sisters.
What's wrong with you, man?
Let's back this up. Not in the way Ali Dawa
Feminist
was.
sisters who love their sisters, who will die for their sisters, will take a bullet for their sisters, but will not share their husbands for their sisters.
You can lie to your spouse. You can lie to your spouse.
So can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes,
lie.
I personally believe this is the Prophet said you can do it.
White lies?
It doesn't have to be white. It can be a black lie.
Oh, why got to be a black lie, Mohammed Hijab?
Black lies.
He's racist even when he's talking about lies.
If someone does this and they get caught, for example, or something happens, or
or she just asks him, where were you last night?
Yeah, but even that, he can lie. The man can do it. It's up to the man. No woman can take that right away from the man.
Keep in mind, this is the same guy who is currently denying accusations that he was banging this secret other wife that was just his hotel wife. And he's sitting here saying, think about this. He's sitting here saying you can lie to your own wife. Why? Because, if you tell her the truth, that might cause all sorts of problems. Okay. Do you think the guy who believes it's okay to lie to his wife about having another wife on the side, do you think he believes it's okay to lie to just the Muslim community in general or the entire world? He thinks it's okay to lie if telling the truth is going to get you into trouble and so on, then you could lie. I'm saying, isn't this like insane that there are people who would be like, oh, Mohammed Hijab is saying that this is all a lie. It's the same exact guy who says you can lie about your secret second wives. He says you can lie about it. You can lie to your own wife. You could just lie. No, never happened. It's all a lie. And that's the guy who's saying, no, that what this woman is saying, it's all a lie. Okay, the guy who's saying that it's not true is the guy who openly says you can lie about this. And the point is, it's hard to take someone at all seriously if he believes it's okay to lie to you. If I'm talking to someone and I know this guy believes, because he has openly admitted it, that it's okay to just lie about this, how do you believe him? I don't know, but
you don't.
Aside from Islam, I think my integrity, my dignity, my, who I am as a person, I would think it's so disrespectful for my husband to go and marry somebody else secretly. That to me is cheating, even if it is Islamically correct.
Here's a woman realizing that what is wrong does not line up very well with what Islam says is wrong. Islam is saying, no, it's okay, but you just know that it's not okay. And what they're here to program you into believing is that you have to modify your thoughts to bring them in line with what Islam says, so that you're only saying things are wrong if Islam says they're wrong. And if Islam says it's okay, then you need to shut your mouth and
idea of aside Islam. We're Muslims. There is no aside Islam in this discussion. I'm speaking to a Muslim. So there is no aside Islam here. The true religion, which I'm now expected as a Muslim man to follow, is not the religion of al-Islam. It's the religion of women's feelings.
I'm not going to do this. So I'm saying now we go back to the book and the sunnah.
What exactly is a secret marriage? It is not made public. It's not publicized.
So the point is this, let me be real, yeah? If you got a good husband, he comes and he says, I want a second wife, all hell breaks loose. And then we blame this man. Yeah, but why are you keeping it secret? What else should he do?
And so...
You see that? It's the woman's fault. If a guy has a secret second, third, fourth wife, and he's keeping it secret, whose fault is that? It's the woman's fault, because he knows the woman's gonna throw a tantrum over it, and therefore it's her fault that he has to keep it secret. So ladies, don't blame the guys for the secret second wives. Blame yourselves for having a problem with it, which forces them to keep their second wives secret and to lie to you about it. It's your fault. It's your fault they lied to you.
They perform the marriage in somebody's house and there are two witnesses present and nobody knows about this.
When the Prophet, he kept a secret from some of his wives. Some scholars, I'm not going to go into detail, but some scholars actually connect this with an incident with Maria the Copt. Lying is not allowed except for three things. One of them is hadith al-rajul limra'ati, that when a man speaks to his wife.
And I take my selfish needs out of it, i.e. me wanting him all to myself. I need to understand them. So I need to sit down and I need to really think about how this is going to affect him.
This is a test to see how Allah is testing her, to see how she responds. Yeah. That's, if she decides to do the opposite, which is, throw the divorce card or throw this card, then ultimately she's falling into the act of disobedience.
Thank you.
You hear Ali Dawa praising her. Thank you. The ladies are realizing, see, if he wants to get a second, third, fourth wife or something like this, or he keeps a secret and I find out and I want to do something like pull the divorce card, this is Allah testing us. He's testing us to find out whether we're going to be obedient to Islam, in which case we say, hey, if my husband wants second, third, fourth wife or whatever, and he wants to go bang a 7-year-old or something like that, that's who am I to object? I'm being disobedient if I have a problem with it.
Islamically, there is no problem in a man getting married to another woman in misyar without the first wife's knowledge.
He even said misyar. Got that? That's going to be a secret second wife who doesn't have all the normal privileges, of what you would normally, the things you would normally give to your wife. So one of the things you're going to hear about in the hijab scandal is that his wife is called a misyar wife, meaning he's not providing for her. He's not providing for her. He's not providing for her child. And that's the real disagreement between them is she's saying, wait, you're my husband. You're supposed to be taking care of me and providing for me financially. And he's saying, nope, we never agreed to that. And therefore, I don't have to do anything. And then she doesn't like that because she knows she's just being used for sex and that it's never going to be anything beyond that. And so she wanted a divorce. And, but she spent several years with him and she says he ruined her life and so on. And so she wants people she tried to get people to intervene and people took Mohammed Hijab's side. And so she made it public. So that's what's been going on. But notice that was Mohammed Hijab defending this kind of marriage. The one that he's being accused of right now, that's him defending it. And we've already seen him saying that it's okay to lie about it. And yet we're supposed to believe him now.
The act of disobedience.
Thank you.
Islamically, there is no problem in a man getting married to another woman in misyar without the first wife's knowledge. There's actually, I've not seen one solitary difference of opinion in any of the 14 generations of Islam. It's not there.
Which is?
Any scholar saying that, no, a woman needs to know, she needs to tell her, doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's it.
We're talking about the religion of Islam.
That none of you guys are okay with your husbands getting a second wife. Can I just quickly get that out of the way? Sister Swad.
Absolutely.
How dare you not be okay with it?
Sister.
It's a no from me. And if you have anything to say it now.
She's threatening it.
You're finished.
Yeah.
Sister Amira?
Yeah, no.
No? Sister Tyra?
And I won't be happy with it.
Sisters are under the impression that there is a man out there that is not polygamous. Because you guys are monogamous by nature, meaning you just want your husband and you're happy with your husband. We are not created like that.
So they can't.
Bro, I have a big surprise for you, man. I have a big surprise for you. It's not just the man. If you feel like that as a man, it's not just the man. I have a big surprise for you. I'm sorry to tell you this. This might sound a little bit unconventional, but it's not just the man. So I would be on the lookout for that.
Yeah. So I mean, think about this. What he's just saying is, us men, we want to go around and have sex with a bunch of different ladies, but you ladies, you don't understand it because you're not like that. And well, why are there all these accusations of adultery and stuff and stoning adulteresses and so on? Why would women do that? They just want to be with one guy, right? Why was Aisha accused of adultery, and then Muhammad had to come up with his 4-witness rule and so on because she's out in the woods with some guy? Why? Why wouldn't they just be, oh, Aisha's been in the woods with this guy all this time. She says they were just looking for her lost bracelet. That's why they were gone. But, we know they couldn't have done anything because women aren't interested in that. And plus, she's got Muhammad to satisfy her. She got this creepy old guy, not this young stud that she's out in the woods with. Why wouldn't they just say there's no way? Women aren't interested in that sort of thing. Well, young girls. What are you laughing at?
So stupid. It's like a child talking to. It's like he doesn't know better. She just doesn't know any better. It's statistics. I have to refresh my memory on that, but I think it's like men are 1.5 times more likely to cheat on their wives. That's it. It's not just men doing something like that. It's also women doing it. So there is no such thing as dawah that men we are polygamous by nature. We just want different peeps. And women, no, they are not like that. No, women. I mean, I know no woman ever wants to do anything like that. I mean, don't be ridiculous, dude. You're a child.
Yep. And one last clip here before we get into the recent scandal. But this is Mohammed Hijab talking about how seriously they take marriage in Islam. They take marriage very, very seriously. It is indeed a very serious matter. Very, very important. Very, it is indeed a sacred relationship. What are you saying?
The funny thing is also that that this argument assumes that that men generally want to have multiple women and want to be married to all of them and want to have the same husband and wife responsibilities and interactions with all of them. I mean, I'm serious. If I was given the chance, I wouldn't want that. Like, what's wrong with you?
Because you're a weakling. All right, so here's Mohammed Hijab talking about how seriously they take marriage, the marriage vows in Islam.
I've gotten people married in 1 minute, in 60 seconds, because I was busy. Honestly, someone comes to the office and say, listen, I need to get married, this and that. I say, listen, I need to go to the toilet, so this is going to have to be a quick one. I tell you the truth, I've even gotten people married on WhatsApp. And now there's a difference of opinion on the matter, but I was driving and this guy, he called me and he said, look, I'm going to commit haram. He goes, I've got 2 witnesses ready on this WhatsApp group. Can I add you and you do the thing? So I brought them in. I said to the woman, I said to her, listen, this guy's probably going to leave you. I know this guy.
Keep in mind what he's saying. He's saying to a woman. So the situation is, the guy's like, hey, I'm with this girl. We can't resist each other. We need to get married right now. And then they want a quick marriage. And Hijab tells the girl, hey, this guy's going to leave you. He's probably going to leave you because I know this guy. In other words, he's marrying you so he can bang you, and then he's going to leave you. And she ends up saying, okay, I'm fine with it, which means they just wanted to have sex, which means they're just 2 people who want to have sex. But they, you have to do it the halal way. So you just get married for a couple days or something like that. So
he's like, what are you doing? You're here to try and make things easy for me. I said, but it's not fair on the poor woman because we know that you're a pernicious man. You're a khabis. And I said, what's the mahar? And the guy said, you don't want to hear this one. This is before McDonald's was on the boycott list. He goes, I'm going to give her a meal in McDonald's.
So what is...
How funny, man.
Yeah. What's he providing to her? What's he providing for her in exchange for having sex with her? The mahar, the bride price. I'm getting her a Happy Meal at McDonald's. So that's
I said, sister, don't do this. I said, at least have something. No, she said, I don't mind, I don't care, whatever. It happened, and he did in fact divorce her, unfortunately. But I said, okay. I told you so, and that was it.
So he bought her a Happy Meal at McDonald's, got to bang her, and then divorced her. And Hijab, keep in mind, the entire time he's laughing about this, this is funny. This is a funny story. Isn't it funny? Isn't this funny how we deal with Islam? Man, guess what? When two people are about to have sex, we say, okay, let's just get married. Oh, I don't have any money. Well, look, here's a couple dollars. Get her a Happy Meal, and then go and bang her for a little while, and then divorce her. See, everything is halal. Isn't this great? We're so pure and chaste and noble and so on.
It's funny. It's a Happy Meal, of course.
Got to be a Happy Meal. Got to be a Happy Meal. Wow. This is Islam. So
one Happy Meal with a toy for a girl.
So this is what Hijab has been saying, ladies and gentlemen, for years now, defending lying to your wives about secret second wives, so you can lie when you have these secret second wives and so on. Very, very easy to just get a marriage and use the woman however you want, and then divorce her later on. He acknowledges that he does that for other people. Oh, but he wouldn't do it himself, right? No, of course not. He's too noble. He's too noble. Yeah, Chernobyl. That was stupid. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever said in my entire life.
That was absolutely horrible. Man.
That was the worst.
I want to leave this live stream, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut that out later because people are gonna think that my jokes are too dumb. He's noble. Yeah, sure, noble. What's funny, when I said noble, I actually thought of it was a Norm Macdonald joke when he would do this thing where he'd pretend to be a comic from like the 1940s and stuff. And he said, he has a face. He's talking about someone he's roasting. And he goes, he has a face like a flower, a cauliflower. But that's actually what I thought. Noble. And then I thought flower, cauliflower, noble, Chernobyl. Anyway, that was the thought process. Sorry about that.
Black Angel says unsubscribed.
I apologize. Gosh, what's it take, everyone? So we've been through those, and now we're going to get to the recent scandal, which Hijab is denying, and unfortunately for him, she's got the receipts. She's got better receipts than him. Let's get through. Let's check out the super chats, and then we'll check out the recent scandal and the brand new video that dropped today, and the text messages that have been posted. Carmen says, love from Ohio. Random. I have secondhand embarrassment every time I watch Comedy Central Dawa debate someone. What a clown. Love you guys. Keep it up.
I've never watched him debate somebody.
It is funny, but yeah, the new generation of Dawa is it's just Dawa gets worse and worse, and you're thinking it can't get any worse. And here we are with Central Dawa and Sneeko and Lily J and Andrew Tate. It's like, oh my goodness, what? It's like 5 years ago. It's like there's no way it can get worse from like Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa, and oh, it can get worse. And now you're thinking, well, it can't get worse now, and it's like, I don't know, it might. It always does. We got Issa here. Hey, Issa! AP, good debate today. Good to see you, Brother David.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yep. This is from Solaria. Well, I've now essentially read through Baqarah, that's Surah 2, 3 different times now. I keep finding more nonsense to categorize in there. Now to do Surah 3 for a second time and to categorize everything while I do. As Solaria's going through the Quran for verses that are related to the Islamic dilemma.
Are you insane? You actually read Surah? That is torture, man. Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, Surah Baqarah is painful to read, but Surah Baqarah is like a 12th of the Quran. It's like a 12th of the entire Quran. So Solaria just read it 3 times.
That is insane.
Yep. I have to agree with
shame on you.
The philosopher of religion, Anthony Flew, who said that to read the Quran is to do penance. So I don't know what you're punishing yourself for, Solaria. But go easy on yourself. Solaria's like, no, but I stole something when I was a kid. I have to make up for it by reading the Quran. That was a funny saying by Anthony Flew.
It is pretty good.
Yeah, people punish themselves for their sins by reading the Quran.
That's pretty good.
Noble bird, more like Chernobyl bird. So writing a time travel novel, do you think there were 2 Mohammeds, one with one being homosexual and the other being a PDF file? Well, it's just the impression you really get from Muhammad is just anything with a hole is fine to him. That's what it sounds like. Pretty creepy. And he just doesn't care. But yeah. Why do people convert to Islam in today's society? How uninformed or depraved do you need to be? This is a serious problem that there's one group out there, the Dawa guys, who believe that it's completely acceptable to lie. And so if you take a bunch of guys who believe it's perfectly acceptable to lie to get them to convert to Islam, so they get their revert girls to pass around, and you have a population that is completely uninformed about Islam, and that has been programmed that Islam is this great, to believe that Islam is this great thing, and that anyone who objects to it is a racist and so on, you've got a recipe for tons of people being duped into converting.
That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, fortunately, you have lots of people leaving the religion. And I'm not sure what the stats are in Europe right now, but like in America, the number of people converting to Islam has been offset by the people leaving Islam. In other words, Islam's not gaining any ground in the U.S. because the number of people who are converting is offset by the people who are leaving.
That sounds pretty racist.
You're racist.
Thank you.
Hey, instead of... Is this a thing, or did Noam come up with this? Instead of aboutism, he says Dawaboutism.
That's cool.
Dawaboutism. I might like to steal that. And if so, I will once again pretend that I came up with it, and everyone will think I'm super creative. That's what I do.
That's what you do.
Read the Yacubian Building and an Egypt novel. Read the Yacubian Building, an Egypt novel. I can pretty much guarantee I will not be reading that. Well, let's laugh about exploiting women. How sick. It is messed up. That's messed up.
Is it about Yaqub?
It is messed up. These guys just, yeah, we're banging all these girls. Yeah, the revert girls, they take it best. Know what I mean? Yeah, they take it best. And they're sitting there, and he's sitting there laughing about this with Daniel Hakikachu, who believes this is all okay to do with a 4-year-old. And it's all just funny to them.
Yeah, but what about a 13-year-old? She got that big round butt in your face.
Skirt. Thank God this is Aisha. Thank God this Aisha is Muslim. If she was non-Muslim, nobody would come to the rescue behind veils, and soon they all will get back Muslim like that.
That's true.
Please say convert, not revert. I lived in the KSA and always felt that word was such an insult to all. Yeah, we do. I do it sort of mockingly. The reverts.
You could also use a different word with re, but yeah.
Was 229 to 230 to divorce rule before halala abrogated? I'd have to look up those. I don't. I'd have to look up those verses and so on, and check. They're insufferable. How do they even have wives? It is you just saw it. They condition them. You condition them to believe that if you want to be a good Muslim woman, then this is how you do it. And I mean, Ali Dawa is able to condition his wife to only communicate with a dry erase board. And that's like a huge status symbol for him. It's probably a revert girl. Experiment time. Ask ChatGPT or Grok for a top 20 list of Islamophobes. If you make that list, then you've done a good job. You might want to check on that. Top 20 list of Islamophobes. See if you're on it, AP. Harris says, the reason why Pakistanis don't like polygamy is because they lived side by side. Hindus, and it's a big no for them. So Harris is saying that they actually got that idea from their surroundings. The Qumr prophet lived a harem hentai in real life. What? I don't know what that means exactly. Hey, yo. Did you check ChatGPT or something?
Checked right now.
Are you one of the leading Islamophobes or not, man?
Wait, I gotta check without researching the internet. Let me see. Give me a quick top 10, 12, 20 list of current Islamophobes. Garrett Wilders, Robert Spencer, Pamela Geller, Bridget Gabrielle, Tommy Robinson. What century is this, man? Douglas Murray, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, Milo, Ben Shapiro. Frank Gaffney, David Horowitz, Tucker Carlson. What century is this again? No, neither you nor I mentioned. This is but just going to.
How's this possible? How am I on the list? How am I on the list of the top apologists, but not the top Islamophobes?
Oh, this just gives me a list of people mentioned by SPLC Care and other places.
I'm just saying, Fareed called me the top Islamophobe in the world, and I'm not even on this dumb ChatGPT list. Got some work to do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to have to dial things up. I just want to point out, I am the one who came up with Islamicize Me, Mohammed's Boom Boom Room, Karanagami. Come on. Give a brother some credit here, ChatGPT. Disciple Memer says, St. Peter, why do you insult the Jewish leaders? Jesus, because they urinate on one another. That's what they do. From the uncorrupted Injil. It'd be, yeah, their idea of the uncorrupted Injil would just be like a bunch of dawa chest thumping. Hi, David and AP. You're my favorite Christian duo on YouTube. I'll remember these times in the future when you guys did these lives. Glory to Jesus. Yeah, these are fun times. But not if you're a dawa clown. If you're a dawa clown, these are not fun times. You were in a lot of pain right now.
Those were the days.
If you can't trust people who openly encourage lies to get knowledge about the salvation of your soul from, who can you trust? That's right. The guys who are preaching to, isn't it amazing? The guys preaching to you and telling you what to believe about eternity are the biggest liars on the planet. The dawa guys. And you're supposed to believe them. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for all you guys do. What doubts, man? That is good. Yeah, Muslim. I had a problem. My best friends are Muslims, but I want to fight Allah with Rasulullah all the time. What should I do? AP, do JP accent, please.
What? What do you want me to do?
Say, yeah, Muslim.
Yeah, Muslim. I had a problem. My best friends are Muslim, but I want to fight Allah with Rasul all the time. What should I do? AP, do JP accent, please.
Yeah, peace be upon me. Check out my video, How to Share Unpleasant Facts. Look for it. Again, I'll probably remake it here in the next couple of weeks just because I always get asked. I always get asked by people, hey, I got my Muslim friends and I want to talk to them about this stuff, but I don't want to like not be friends with them anymore. So how do I go about that? But I made a video about that before I gave my channel away, but it's on some of the backup channels called How to Share Unpleasant Facts with Pleasant Muslims. And check that out. But I will remake that here in the near future.
Hey, I figured it out.
What? You figured what out?
So I asked several times now, and I said, without appealing to any source, like SPLC and others, list 20, and it just lists a bunch of people, but not you and me. I figured it out now. It even lists Joe Rogan, for example, and Jordan Peterson, but not you and me, or like completely insignificant people. But the thing is, it doesn't list us because we're not just Islamophobes. We speak the truth about Islam.
Whoa, you got the proof there. Whoa. Chat GPT just agreed that D Wood and AP are not Islamophobes because we speak the truth every word we say. Take that, Lily J. Hijab has stated his father was polygamous as well. That would not be surprising. Maybe that's why he had to come up with his fake school to provide for all his second, third, fourth wives. Why can't Muslim wife have multiple husbands? Seriously, because
hey, hold on,
not allowed in Islam. What?
I'm gonna give you another piece of evidence. After doing 5-6 searches and each one we didn't come up, I just changed the question to give me a quick list of 20 current critics of Islam. Voila, it has you and me.
Shocker. But wouldn't call us Islamophobes because we only speak the truth.
It wouldn't call us Islamophobes, but it immediately mentions us as critics of Islam. See? You see? Wallahi, this is the truth.
David says, hey guys, I asked ChatGPT to make an action figure of D Wood, and it has a ex-Muslim mentor mode with figurines of Nabil and AP. That's funny. Ex-Muslim mentor mode. With that joke, I might as well go watch Mike Winger. Oh, talking about my awesome Chernobyl joke. The Chernobyl joke was my Nakhba. In the Catholic Church, you can't get married unless you go through counseling. Also, you can't even join the church without being a Kate Schumann. In Islam, you can get a drive-through marriage and conversion combo. Yeah. That's true.
That's a good point.
They'll probably have if you had a 100% halal McDonald's, it would probably be, yes, and if you just bang it, you just bring your girlfriend here and you can give her a Happy Meal and then go bang her.
You see, this is
get a divorce and then the next guy can pull up. Oh, boy. Halal Happy Meal marriage. I know. It It would be one thing if we were just making it up, but this is what they're talking about, right? They're talking about, went to McDonald's, grabbed her a Happy Meal. And Faraz Zahabi, philosophy grad, Mojab's friend and famous MMA coach, sometimes does dawah. His recent pod with Shields is a treasure of content worth responding to. I was not familiar with that one. We might need to check it out, AP. Might need to take a note of that. Faraz Zahabi, apparently it was with Punchy McPunchface, Jake Shields.
Oh, that guy.
Coward.
Okay, I've seen his face before.
D. Wood, can you repeat my super chat? First time fasting for a meal a day over 7 days. Any advice? You're fasting for one meal? Are you talking about you're eating one meal a day, or you're fasting for one meal, like you're skipping lunch or skipping breakfast or something over 7 days? Any advice? Can't see my super chat from yesterday's stream. Got abrogated. Oh, hi, AP.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, Joe Rogan. Oh, okay. So, so you missed Stefan's. No, I'm not gonna. I can't repeat your super chat from yesterday. I don't have it unless it's exactly what you said here. First time fasting for a meal per day over 7 days. Any advice?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're skipping a meal, then skip a meal. Or if you're going one meal per day, I don't know. Just make sure you eat enough or something. Yeah, I don't know what kind of advice to give you. It's a battle of will. But I will say this. Any sort of fasting actually gets physically easier as you go on. Right? In other words, the most difficult day of some sort of fast is the first day. Then you adapt. Psychologically, it might get difficult because your body starts obsessing, and you can start dreaming about food and so on. But focus on getting through the first day or two, whatever you're doing, and that will help.
Drink water.
Was Rapper's Delight Hijab's wedding anthem? Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. I said, if your wife starts acting up, then you take her friend. Sugar Hill Gang, ladies and gentlemen. That is good. I might steal that joke. McDonald's Nikah gives the quarter pounder a new whole. Come on, what's wrong with you guys? Weirdo. Does reading the Quran and Hadith vaccinate us against PTSD, understanding lying, narcissists, evil, want to harm us? Thanks. Yeah, reading the Quran and the Hadith will help understand what people are up against. Tithe time for the 7th greatest Christian apologist on YouTube. That's me. I have you to thank for coming back to Christ. I was a mule-brained agnostic for too long. Lots of mule-brained agnostics, but there's still hope. Good hearing from you, Eli. Mrs. Hijab says, peekaboo. We got Mrs. Hijab here. AP is a cool Orthodox cake human.
I'm a cake human.
You're a cake human. You ask why I do this to myself? Why, it's certainly a groan-worthy book and chapter, but I work for the sake of making resources for the community. No, Solaria, this is because you make very careful and well thought out videos and stuff like that. So yes, if you are making high quality videos about the Islamic dilemma, going into lots of detail, like it sounds like you're doing, that's going to be helpful. Revert rhymes with pervert. Kind of. Halal Happy Meal, would you like to supersize that shahada for only a bigger jizya? Also, your soon-to-be wife is not covered. Hijab is a sub to Ali D. Yeah.
That's powerful.
Sometimes. Isn't Babylon in Revelation Jerusalem, chapter 18, verse 24? Do we look like the experts on end times here?
No, it's not. It's not.
AP says it's not. No, you'd have different perspectives and stuff. You'd have some believing it's Rome and things like that.
I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm just randomly commenting on it. That's it. I don't have anything to say about this. Don't trust me. Don't trust me. Don't trust me.
All right, guys. So we've seen the epic background of the things Mohammed Hijab has been saying over the years. We've seen the golden showers obsession. We've seen the talking about what the Quran allows, and it's halal to have sex with a 5-year-old in Islam.
We've seen the golden shower.
Yeah, but you have to go outside the Quran to get the harm principle to find out that you're supposed to make sure you're not harming the girl. And so you have to look, you have to check the hips, and so on to see if she's ready for it. And so we've seen this. You can have a secret second wife. You can lie about your relationship with your secret second wives. You can have misyar marriages. That's where a woman, you're not giving a woman her full marital privileges and so on. And maybe you've decided that you're just going to use her for sex and so on in the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. These are the things we've seen from our friend Hijab, and Hijab admits that probably he estimates 85% of the Dawah clowns have been in polygamous relationships. These are the things he's been saying over the years, in addition to telling AP to off himself and sending out threats to women, threats of torture and graping and so on. This is how you become a popular da'i. This is what you got to give the people what they want. And Mohammed Hijab has shown the world this is what the ummah wants. This is what they want. They're not interested in the nice, respectful guy. They're interested in the chest-thumping barbarian. And don't say it's not true. Just look at the results.
Did you just call him a barbarian? That's pretty racist, man.
I can't help it, man. I apologize. What am I going to do? All right, so in a live stream from a few days ago, we checked out the original post, which was long, from the Mohammed Hijab's ex-wife. We'll just look at a little clip, which is towards the end of that video where she went totally gangsta on him. Just to recap, we'll share a little clip of that. Here we go.
I wanted to have a good life. I wanted to have a family. I wanted to be happy. You have completely destroyed my life and that of my daughter. All the ambition and emotions and dreams I had for religion, I wanted to be part of. Everything that I wanted in my life, that is completely destroyed because of you. I do ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be the judge. I am never going to forgive you. Every breath of time that I have gone throughout all these years, because of you, in your falsehood, in your oppression, in your transgression.
So guys, I've been trying to put together kind of trying to figure out a timeline of things. It sounds like she was around 30 or 31 or something like that. Or she was around 30, and she had been divorced before and she has a daughter. And that at first seems like she's checking with Mohammed Hijab because he's her hero about, how she can move on in life and get another husband and things like that, and asking him questions about how to go about that. And eventually they get married, and she thinks, it sounds like she's okay keeping it secret from Hijab's wife or other wives or something like that. But that she wanted him to take care of her. If he's using her for sex, she believes that he's supposed to be providing for her financially and so on. And this is the source of the disagreement, because he's like, no, I'll pay for the hotel. And I gave you some money at the beginning, and that's it. That's all you ever get from me is I pay for the hotel room from now on. And
you just pointed out a detail that just makes me think, I don't feel sorry for her at all.
What's up?
Which is the whole agreement on keeping it a secret and stuff.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like she was okay keeping it a secret from Mohammed Hijab's other wife or wives or something like that, because she was worried about this causing problems and stuff. And even then, there's something, I saw something in one of the messages where she's like, yeah, but I'd be worried about the wife finding out about it and becoming angry and stuff. And so anyway, so the real disagreement is just Mohammed Hijab was basically got to the point, look, I don't know what I don't care what you thought about what we were agreeing to. I was only agreeing to giving you some sort of payment. I don't know what that was at the beginning. And then I pay for the hotel room. Other than that, I use you for sex for the rest of my life. And this goes on for years, apparently. And she's thinking, hey, this is going to get better or something like that. And now she's basically saying, I just spent these years being your sex toy. And those could have been years that I could have been married to someone who's actually going to.
We were partners in crime. I thought we were together through this.
So here she is again.
I do ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to pay me back for that. I will never forgive you. I would like you to bring forward your evidence, and I want to challenge you to mubahala. Your sin is not a sin that has to be concealed. This is not something you did between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in hiding and you repented. This is not what you have done. This is something that you have doubled on. This is something you were proud of. This is something you spread. This is something you encouraged others to follow. This is something you continued with the McDonald's nikah. This is something you have articulated based on Islamic texts and from our own religion. أقسم لك بالله يمينا يا محمد يا حجاب أقسم لك بالله يمينا والله, because I know that I'm talking about it is the truth. So I'm calling you out to these two things. Number one.
First of all, so I have to say, one, with hijab, we know he's a compulsive liar just because we've known him for years. Two, he admits that he lied. He admits that he believes it's okay to lie in all these situations. And then his story is completely ridiculous. First, he was saying, no, she's just a stalker. This is all fake. And she has released text messages that Mohammed Hijab thought had been deleted. And so he's exposed as a liar once again. But just listening to her story, she comes across as very sincere and upset that hijab has actually caused her to waste years of her life and damaged her life and her future and so on. She sounds very sincere, but especially at the end when she's like swearing oaths and asking for mubahala. That's a prayer duel where she would say what she's claiming, he would say what he's claiming, and then they would agree and pray that Allah will curse whoever's lying. She's the one calling him out, swearing oaths and asking for mubahala. Hijab is the one just going, no, she's lying, she's a stalker, she's making this up, but doesn't seem willing to enter into this prayer battle with her. And where are his oaths?
What happens during the prayer battle is that so you normally what you do is you so wherever you are, you go outside into onto the street, and the two who are engaged in the prayer battle, walk apart from each other, then turn around and look at each other, and then whoever the quickest draws the prayer wins. That's how it happens.
Yep, and you see Mohammed Hijab backing down from a woman, scared of the prayer duel. Chicken. Watch. Yeah. There's something I missed when I played this the other day. The very last line she says.
I'm calling you out for mubahala. Come out. Give me just that mubahala dua.
Mohammed, come out to play. She sounds really gangster, man. like Mohammed Hijab's out hiding in his house and stuff like this, and she's out going, Mohammed, come out to play.
It's high noon, boy. I challenge you to the duel. Where are you?
Come out for mubahala.
You scared, boy?
And then disappear. If you are ready to do this, I would like to tell you something. I give you full permission to go ahead and file defamation case against me in the UK.
Because that's what hijab always threatens to do. You said this, I will file a defamation case against you. And people are thinking, for people who don't know why, what that's used for, keep in mind, you could be telling the complete truth and someone said, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Even if you're telling the complete truth, if this other person has greater financial resources than you do, then that puts you in an awkward position because you still have to hire a lawyer and go to court and stuff. And if you're struggling to make ends meet, you're a single mom and so on. Do you really want to go to court and spend all this money and have to hire a lawyer with money you don't have and stuff? Do you really want to go through all this? No. So the tendency is to just back down. She's stating it. Go ahead and bring it. I'm not backing down out on this. I'm not. Doesn't matter what you do. If you want to go to court to threaten me, if you're threatening to take me to court and so on, fine. Do it. See what happens. So she's not backing down.
100%. You destroyed my life. I had da'wah projects. I was working with 10 sisters. I was doing my da'wah work. I was taking care of myself. I was ready to get married to a real man. Someone who's really going to be caring for me and my daughter.
You see what that? See what she said? She said, I was ready to get married to a real man. And instead she got Mohammed Hijab, who apparently not a real man.
Poor girl.
I wanted to have kids. I had ambition. I had emotions. I had love. I had trust. I had belief. You destroyed absolutely everything. You took away my health. You took away everything from me. And I'm going to tell you this. I am here. Come and face me. I am ready to come out for mubahala, and I am going to be ready to go to court with whatever you would like to accuse me of. If you would like to go ahead with that, wallahi, أفسدت علي دنياي وأفسدت عليك آخرتك.
So she's saying this. Yeah, she's saying this in Arabic, but look at what she said there. You ruined my worldly life, but I have ruined your hereafter. Dude, look at that gangsta line. You have ruined my worldly life, but I have ruined your hereafter. That's pretty gangsta right there. You ruined my worldly life, but I have ruined your hereafter. Ouch. How's that feel, Hijab? Think you get away with treating women like this here?
She's pretty dumb. So, I don't know.
Why are you attacking the victim here, AP? See, this is AP's Turkish background.
She ain't no victim in this. They're both dummies.
All right, so that's the video that was posted, I don't even know at this point, like a week ago or something like that. So that was posted like a week ago, and then Hijab responded, and then we've got the latest stuff that came out, I think yesterday or the day before, and then a brand new video today, and the text messages have been released. Let's take these super chats, and then we'll jump into some more video. Coptic girls still getting abducted by radical Islamists in Egypt. Prayers up. Isn't it interesting that guys in Egypt got the same idea, the exact same idea that guys in Pakistan have, that namely, if you can just go up and take a Christian girl and force her to convert and so on, then it's all fine.
This has been going on forever, by the way. This has been going on for 1,000 years. And again and again and again, again and again and again. And it's not something that just suddenly turns up and starts happening. This is something that happens, that is done by Muslims to Christians, but nobody cares.
Nobody. No. If it were happening in reverse, the world would care. But if it's Christian girls or Hindu girls and Muslims are the perpetrators, then no. People aren't allowed to care, because caring would be Islamophobic, so you're not allowed.
Caring is sharing.
Rick says, Islam is everything Jesus said not to do. So bad. Yeah, if you took everything Jesus said not to do as part of your religion and you rolled it up into a ball, it would be Islam.
It's pretty racist.
Mrs. Ali Dawa says, I can has Happy Meal, yeah? Yes. Yeah, you'll get the Happy Meal, but you got to ask for it on the whiteboard, yeah? I asked ChatGPT, who is the most honest of all Islam critics on YouTube? And it said apostate prophet is number one. AP, you should verify that.
I don't
verify. Type in to ChatGPT, who is the most honest of all Islam critics on YouTube?
Who is the most honestest?
And based.
On YouTube. Let's see what it says.
What's it say?
Searching the web. What? Okay, it just listed a bunch of weird names that I don't even recognize because it searched the web. Let's do it without a web search. Let's see what it says now.
Yeah, the meek and the mild. AP didn't get the same results.
Hey, look at that. What? Among critics of Islam on YouTube, the most consistently honest and fact-based is widely considered to be Dr. David Wood.
What? Is that what it said? Screenshot that, yes. Man. Screenshot that.
Other funny. Notable, but sometimes less rigorous critics, apostate prophet, insightful but more polemical. what? Even ChatGPT is doing the same. What is this, man? This is its objection to me. More polemical. What?
I got to get that Chat GPT, man. I got to go ahead and get that thing because at first I didn't care because I thought it was all the Lily J stuff, but now it's starting to make sense. Now,
the other ones that it makes that it lists is wait a minute, let me read this. Among critics of Islam on YouTube, the most consistently honest and fact-based is widely considered to be Dr. David Wood. Why? Uses Islamic sources extensively, Quran, Hadith, Sirah, Tafsir, shows references live on screen, rarely exaggerates claims, focuses on what Islamic texts say rather than hearsay or conspiracy, debates Muslims regularly, including leading apologists like Shabir Ali and Mohammed Hijab, acknowledged even by Muslim debaters for being well-prepared and accurate in his sourcing. Other notable but sometimes less rigorous critics: Apostate Prophet, insightful but more polemical; Abdullah Samir, ex-Muslim, honest but emotional in tone; Christian Prince.
It's bringing that up as like how does ChatGPT know when someone's being emotional or not?
Christian
I guess
Prince,
other people are saying
aggressive and often accurate, but sometimes mixes facts with mockery. This is Christian Prince.
See, D. Wood isn't like that.
David Wood remains the most fact-reliant and scholarly among major critics.
That's it. I'm getting ChatGPT. I mean, think about how fun that would be to make a Lily J type video, right? And then I title it, "Who is the most accurate?" Oh yeah. I got to check that out. Nice, super bass. Thank you for that, the meek and the mild. You just gave me awesome ideas. Joel here says, from golden showers obsession to golden arches. Hey, Mohammed Hijab, that's the story of your biography for the future. From golden showers to golden arches, the Mohammed Hijab story. Revelation is my favorite New Testament book. There are lots of people. That's just people are kind of wired differently. There are lots of people who like really interested in end times topics, and then there are people like me who just are never kind of interested beyond, Jesus wins. So good to go. What are you more afraid of, death threats or death threats? Neither. Receive my papal jizya. By the time this is read out, I would have already returned to work after smoko. Blessed Palm Sunday, fellow Christians. Thank you, Timothy. Behind the Veils released new video today. Yes, we're about to be watching it. Expose Mohammed Hijab. I recommend you to watch it. We're literally about to watch it. Leaked messages and Ali Dawa got exposed. Yes, Ali Dawa is in there too. Poor guy.
Hey, this is funny. I just searched again, and it just said there is no universal consensus, but among the most fact-focused and intellectually honest critics of Islam on YouTube, those who avoid sensationalism and base their critiques on Islamic texts and historical sources, these names stand out. Number 1, David Wood. Uses direct citations from Islamic sources with background in philosophy, strong on logic and documentation. Number 2, Apostate Prophet, ex-Muslim, and emphasizes academic and theological critique, though sometimes adds emotional or sarcastic tone.
This is funny. This is interesting, dude.
It's funny, man. It's pretty good. And then
that's seriously funny because there are other guys who criticize Islam who know significantly more than I do. In my videos though, I do sort of carefully think out my points and pull up the sources and stuff. And so my videos are awesome and dope. But that is interesting because it's just weird that I'm popping up as like super important. I still don't, no matter what happens, I don't feel terribly important because I always think, hey, dude, I was actually thinking this is weird. Because I was watching this movie called, I saw it years ago. Tom Cruise. It's called Collateral or something like that. But he plays a total psychopath, serial killer. Well, like hitman for hire and stuff like that. He's killing people left and right. But Jamie Foxx is the cab driver. And he's like, you just killed that guy. You just killed that guy. And he goes, have you ever heard of Rwanda? And when he said that, I was like, that's what I always think. Whenever someone's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this happened to so-and-so. I was like, have you heard of, do you not know what the world is like? Do you not know that like millions of people die in various things and stuff like that? And you're worried about that? So that's always what pops into my head. And it seems like it seems like people with antisocial personality disorder are basically kind of trapped in like a bird's eye view of suffering. They always see it as like from far away and not as like something close. Because that's the idea. When a normal person sees suffering in front of them, that has some big impact, whereas something that's far away doesn't. And I think for someone with antisocial personality disorder, it's like it's always just far away, and therefore nothing ever has an impact. But I start thinking it's like that in other areas, like even me thinking, oh, where would I be on a list of people who are criticizing Islam? I don't feel important, but it's kind of the same thing. Whereas like I'm thinking of like all of history and like all the people who've ever existed and how important are the vast majority of people. And it may seem important to them, but really, it's all like drops in the bucket along the way. And so I always think like each one of us has some tiny little thing to do in life. And if you have a bunch of people all doing some small little part, it adds up to huge things. But individuals usually are not terribly significant. In other words, if you took me out of the picture, things would just, other people would be doing the same thing and it would all work out. But anyway, so I'm thinking that people with antisocial personality disorder just don't see the significance of stuff and bad things happening and stuff because they're like locked into some faraway view where it just never connects close up with them. Anyway, but I don't know. This is fun stuff though.
Epic. Did you know that? What? Did you know that Behind the Veils just published a new video?
What? That's impossible. I will check it out tomorrow. We're about to watch this. So just got to get through these real quick. Jack Ray says, epic rap battle, Aisha versus Muhammad. Which one? You talking about Muhammad and Aisha from history or Muhammad and Aisha now? Disposable, what? Take this golden shower. Yeah, it is sad the way these guys think about marriage. And good about, I mean, seriously, in the Bible, husbands are told to love your wives as Christ loved the church. How did Christ love the church? It says it. Gave himself up for her. In other words, husbands, you are commanded to love your wife enough to be crucified for her. And you see the attitude in Islam. It's, hey, I love my wife enough to buy her a Happy Meal so I can bang her and then toss her aside.
Based.
Good about this Aisha and Muhammad is she's not 6. Yes, this is better. This is as messed up as this situation is, it is better than the original Muhammad and Aisha story. Do these wizard prayer battles work like Yu-Gi-Oh battles? That would be funny to make a movie about a Mubahala and they start like blasting magic beams at each other and stuff. Funny, this Muhammad is going with Sauda, not Aisha. Mm-hmm. Aisha reincarnated to take revenge against Muhammad. That would be funny. There could be funny stories coming out of this. Hey, D-Wood and Jelani, do you know if AP still has a Baphomet statue now that he's no longer a cringe lord atheist?
I don't.
He doesn't.
I told you the story about this, right?
Yeah, you told me. I don't know if you told anyone else. Nor do I know if you want to tell anyone else, but you told me.
It was kind of weird, and I still don't know what to think about it. But and I don't want to present it as something whatever. But so there was a thing. I had this Baphomet statue, this big one that I ordered, this huge one, because I wanted to use it for a video. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to use it for a video to talk about the relationship between Baphomet and Mohammed. That was the plan, because it's something that people don't talk about, and that I have barely seen anybody talk about, because there is a history of the name Mohammed and Baphomet. So I got it just because I wanted to show it in a video, which is totally unnecessary. I just got it because I wanted to have it in my hands. So what happened is, one night, one morning, as I come to my desk, to my place of work, I see that the Baphomet statue is on the ground and it's broken. It's like, Like the wings are broken off, the horn is broken off, one of the horns is broken off, and I'm like, what the hell? How did this happen? And it's like it's just in my room. Like nobody comes in here. It's just only me. And so I thought that's kind of weird. So I put it away. I put it aside, and then I ordered a new one, a smaller one. And as soon as I got it, I unpacked it. I looked at it. I thought, oh, okay, good. So I grabbed it, and what happened first is that the same horn, broke off as soon as I grabbed it, and I thought, what the heck? What is happening? So it was very weird, you know. And with this one, it didn't even fall down. All I did was just I took it and grabbed it, and the horn broke off. So I put it aside, and I thought, this is all very, very strange. Very, very, very freaking strange. I didn't think much about it, but my wife eventually came around cleaning up my stuff, and she was like, I don't want these in my house. So she threw both of them in the trash.
Nice.
That's what happened. But yeah, this is the backstory of it, and ever since I don't have a Baphomet statue anymore.
Pretty funny. Classic.
It is
classic AP.
It is pretty wild.
Mojab should be in. What's up?
I forgot about that.
Mojab should be in prison now, but UK Stan is dead. Well, if he does go to prison, it's because Elon set him up. Just remember that. Remix Hotel Motel Holiday Inn said, if your wife starts acting up, 434 her chin. These are jokes, but there's real women that have suffered 434. May they find Jesus. No, yeah, that's all very common. The researchers, they call Middle Eastern culture the culture of the electric cable. They just say, because that's the most common thing for men to beat their wives with. They just grab some cord of some appliance or something like that and beat their wives with it. But yeah, it does suck. But we still have to make fun of it. Problem is that this same woman will defend everything that Mohammed police be upon him did. That is a problem, and that's kind of why she's been locked into the situation. So this is this tough situation where people, they see the impact of Muhammad's teachings, and it's repulsive to them, but they still cling to Muhammad even though they're flipping out about the consequences of Muhammad's teachings. Chernobyl Bird says, in defense of our life and freedom, we must ally with each other and not waste time infighting over things that have no real world impact. Yeah, that's what me and AP generally, we try to focus on the important things.
That's what we do.
Habibti's prayer was deadly with the big imam on her hip. That's a song. How do you remember that song? Habibti's prayer was deadly with the big imam on her hip. Big imam on her hip. Big imam, big imam.
Big iron with the big iron on his head.
Big iron, yeah. How do you know that?
It wasn't a game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason I had a record of that when I was a kid. People don't remember records anymore, you young bucks. But I had a record of that.
It was in Fallout New
Vegas. Big iron on his hip, big iron. Where is Muhammad meets Alexander the Great? Oh yeah, I do need to edit that.
I roamed the desert so much with listening to that song. You don't even know, man.
I asked ChatGPT who's the most dishonest critic of Islam on YouTube, and it said apostate prophet David Wood and Christian Prince. You got humiliated. You got humiliated, boy. I'm gonna have to check out questions like that as well.
I no longer accept anything from ChatGPT.
I asked ChatGPT who the most humble critic of Islam on YouTube was. It said Daniel Hakikachu. ChatGPT, what are you smoking?
What?
That's cool. David is my crush. I love you and those lips. Yes, everyone loves the lips, but they're for my wife only.
My wife.
Now you can both use ChatGPT to defend yourselves against ad hominem attacks during debates. Yeah, that would be cool. When people say something about us, we're just like, well, ChatGPT, do a live with Sam Shamoon, please. No. From the Lion here, no comment. Thank you, though. Love you guys. I'm glad someone does. Here we have my Asian counterpart, David Wu. David Wood, did you know today is Smack-a-Wingling Day? Well, every day is Smack-a-Wingling Day. No, I don't encourage actual violence because I'm a Christian. I don't encourage actual violence against winglings, but mockery, yes. AP playing
against winglings?
Mm-hmm. AP playing Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. Is that true?
I love that game, man. I played that so much in the past, many years ago. It's awesome.
Yeah, your Baphomet story reminds me of how the statue of Dagon, that's one of the gods of the Philistines, fell and broke in 1 Samuel 5. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Did you put it too close to your replica Ark of the Covenant? Yeah, they put them together and the statue of Dagon would fall over before the Ark.
No.
It's kind of funny.
That's funny. That's funny.
AP is a based Fallout New Vegas player confirmed. So it's been confirmed. Yes. It's been confirmed. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll watch. So we checked out. We checked out a short clip, but we already went through the full thing the other day. But we checked out a short clip of her conclusion in her accusations against Mohammed Hijab. Then Mohammed Hijab posted a video, an AI video, just basically saying that she's lying, she's making this up, she's a stalker, don't trust anything, and why isn't she bringing forth her proof, and so on. Then I think day before yesterday, we won't watch all of this because we want to get to the new one, but we'll watch the beginning of this video. So this was a couple days ago, and I thought we were going to watch this. We were just going to go through all of this today, but no, a new video popped out today. So we're going to focus on the new one. We'll just watch a little bit of this.
Here to stay.
Big iron on his hip.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. I come to you today with a heavy heart, a heart full of regret, a heart that has come to realize I made a grave error. And so today I issue a formal apology regarding Mohammed Hijab. This is an individual who has amassed credentials, who's been listed amongst the top 500 most influential Muslims in the world, who engages in high level.
But who's at the top of the list of critics of Islam?
Academic discourse and debates atheists, liberals, feminists, you name it.
No, he doesn't. Not anymore.
It was wrong of me to question such a man without evidence. I mean, who am I to believe a woman, a sister, a mother, a believer who cried, swore by Allah, and shared her trauma publicly, without first conducting a full Sharia court-style investigation, complete with forensic teams and 5 notarized witness testimonies?
Everyone get that? He's thinking about the way he's supposed to go about it, and that's not the way he went about it.
So yes, Mohammed Hijab, I apologize. I apologize that I didn't expose you sooner. I apologize that I showed restraint. I apologize that I tried to protect your name and reputation even when you showed no regard for the sister you harmed, the sheikh you threatened, or the people you gaslit. I apologize that I gave a coward the benefit of the doubt. Just the previous night, this is the message I received directly from Mohammed Hijab.
Oh, we might actually need to go through a bit of this because I forgot he had actual messages and stuff in here. Let's see. So this
it has been suggested in your messages that you intend to present what you claim is damning evidence. Let me be clear. At this stage, any evidence you put forward would necessarily be fabricated, whether by you or by the subject.
You getting this? So Mohammed Hijab sent him a message saying, any evidence you put forward would necessarily be fabricated. So he's sitting there saying, show the text messages, show text messages if you've got them. And then he's sending a message saying, but anything you actually post, it will necessarily be fabricated. What the heck does he mean by necessarily? Like we're just supposed to assume any evidence against Mohammed Hijab is made up? Why? Because Mohammed Hijab says it. The guy who openly declares in multiple videos that it's okay to lie about this stuff is the guy we're supposed to trust, that anyone accusing him of lying must be lying? That's weird.
I don't understand why you would have a problem with that. If he lies, then it's obvious that he is not lying here. So,
I mean, seriously, just isn't this like weird? Again, here's this guy behind veils. I don't know him, but I have no reason to think that he's lying. Aisha, I can think, okay, she is gullible in a sense that she fell for this to begin with and so on. I have no reason to think that she's lying about all of this. Hijab is one of the biggest liars I've ever encountered in my entire life. Like, I would not trust anything this guy says, about anything, because that's how big a liar he is. And he goes around and says in his videos, of course we can lie. Yeah, we can lie to our own lives. Of course we can lie about this. Of course we can lie about that. Lie, 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 lie. Yes, lying is good. Lying is great. And every encounter we have with him, he's lying about something. He has to be dishonest about something. And here he is saying, if you guys provide evidence against me, it must be fabricated. It has to be. No, it doesn't work like that, Mohammed Hijab.
Here's tactic number 1. Preemptive gaslighting. He doesn't wait for evidence to be presented. He discredits it before it even exists. That's a classic narcissistic move. Redefine reality before it unfolds. Frame the narrative early and plant doubt. He continues.
Anyone know this guy? Does he have like a background in psychology or something like this? Or this just a little pastime? Because he does seem to know like how to call out specific manipulation tactics. So he's studied this at some point.
I am writing to make one thing clear. The information we possess is not only authentic, but far more damning than anything you might contrive.
Here's tactic number 2. Threat of counter-exposure. He's not denying the allegation. He's threatening to reveal, quote, damning information, implying blackmail, without actually revealing anything, just enough to instill fear.
Yeah, did you guys catch that? That was the message. Hey, if you guys are going through with this, just so you know, I have stuff I'm going to bring against her. Do you really want to do that? Do you really want to do this? So that's pretty much, that's Mohammed Hijab. That's Andrew Tate. Oh, you're going to call me out for doing this, but guess what? We're going to be coming after you.
Vague, ambiguous, and intentional. He then states,
we have maintained extensive and precise notes on your conduct, including your involvement in the matter with Dunya. When these facts emerge, your credibility will be irreparably destroyed.
You get that? So now it's threatening him. So do you want us going after you? Because you're playing a role in helping this woman. Do you want us going after you and destroying your credibility? So threatening this guy for helping this woman.
This is surveillance rhetoric. He's creating the illusion that we've been under watch, documented, and tracked, trying to make us paranoid, but it's just vague enough to avoid specifics. Another tactic of emotional control. He states,
more importantly, you must consider the ethical ramifications. The woman at the center of this issue has, on multiple occasions, shown signs of psychological instability.
This is character assassination, mass.
Guys, when I've said in the past that manipulators look for soft targets, and that your goal in dealing with a manipulator shouldn't be to just convince a manipulator that manipulating is wrong. You won't do that. You're dealing with narcissists and psychopaths. You're not going to convince them to change because something is wrong. The only thing you can do is convince them that their manipulation tactics don't work, right? Because the reason a manipulator manipulates is because it's built into his mind that the easiest way to get what he wants in life is to get others to do it for him, right? The best way for me to get whatever I want in my life is to dupe people into doing it for me. That's the mindset of a manipulator. Well, guess what? That works. That works. You can get people to do what you want. And so the point of becoming a hard target, or someone who isn't easy to manipulate, is to convince the manipulator that the tactics don't work, and ultimately to get him to stop using those tactics and actually do things for himself instead of just duping other people into doing it for him. But this is a good example of what a hard target is like. Hijab has the same tools he used to manipulate his gullible fans all the time. And then he tries the exact same thing with this guy, and this guy's breaking down the manipulation tactics as Hijab is doing it. And guess what? That's painful for someone like Mohammed Hijab, because realizing, wait a minute, this is how I deal with things, and it's just not working.
As concern. He labels her unstable, not through evidence, but through innuendo. He paints her as mentally unfit, setting the stage to discredit anything she says. It's a way to invalidate her trauma before the world hears it. He continues,
particularly through obsessive comments that we have both observed, along with other concerning behavioral patterns.
Notice the shift to we. Now suddenly, he's enlisting my own witness role against her. It's an attempt to plant shared guilt and manipulate my allegiance as if I've already seen her, quote, instability, and I just haven't admitted it yet. He states,
based on these signs, there is a very real danger that she may harm herself under pressure.
This is weaponized guilt. He's placing her mental health and the weight of any tragedy on my shoulders. If she breaks under pressure, I am to blame. This is not concern.
So filthy.
It is emotion.
What?
This is so filthy.
I know, isn't it? But I mean, again, you're dealing with a manipulator who learned to use his manipulation tactics to dupe the ummah into just making him the center of their world and so on, and to get anything he wants. And then he's using the same tactics to silence a woman who claims that her life was ruined by being on the receiving end of how he really is. And what's the response? Hey guys, yep, I've been wrong. I did treat her terribly. I'm going to take steps to reform my behavior to make sure I don't hurt people like this. No, he's there to attack her and silence her.
Blackmail. He continues by saying,
should that happen, the psychological toll on her side would be deep and enduring. That outcome would be on you.
Did you catch this? Guys, look at this level of manipulation here. So she's going to be exposed, and that's going to damage her. But think about the child. Think about the child. The psychological toll that her child would be deep and enduring, the psychological toll. That outcome would be on you. So you are if you, guys, I mean, think about what's going on here. Mohammed Hijab had this woman, kept her for years as just a hotel wife for sex. She wanted more. She wanted a divorce. And then she wants some actual accountability in the Muslim community. And what happens when she exposes him? Because she tried to go about this by going to Ali Dawa and Hamza Tortis and stuff like this to try and get them to help her with this situation. She tried to deal with it behind the scenes through a sheikh and so on. It didn't work. And then finally, last straw, she decides to expose him for this sort of thing. And what's the reaction? Well, if she's going to expose me for telling the truth, I'm going to expose and humiliate her and destroy her reputation. And that is going to do massive psychological damage to her child. And whose fault is it going to be? You, behind veils, your response, not me for exposing this and doing all this damage. No, I'm not to blame. You're the one who's to blame. It's your fault. You, by exposing me, a compulsive liar and manipulator, you're actually hurting a little girl. That's what you're doing. You're hurting a girl. Is that what you want to do? No, then stop this and let me go on doing what I'm doing in the ummah and taking advantage of these women, my mutawives.
It is crystal clear. He's trying to paralyze me with guilt, trying to make her life and her daughter's well-being my burden, not his.
And by the way, that's just straight up threat, right? I mean, not threatening in the sense of I'm going to hurt this little girl. I'm going to hurt the daughter, but it's I'm going to do so much damage to this woman that the daughter is going to be suffering. So is that what you want to cause? Is that what you want to bring about? The little girl, she's going to be the real victim here, and it's not my fault, even though I'm the one who's going to do all the damage, but I'm doing the damage because you guys are speaking out against me, and you're not allowed to do that because I'm too important, because I'm a narcissist.
Even though he's the one who caused the harm. He continues his targeted blame, stating,
I am sending you this message now to offer a clear and responsible way forward. Take the video down and refrain from making claims for which you do not, in fact, have evidence. From this point onward, any harm that comes to her, or more importantly to her child, will rest squarely on your shoulders.
You get that? The harm that comes to her, and more importantly to her child. The harm that comes to her child. This is on you. When we burn all this stuff to the ground, it's on you. It's not on me, even though I'm the one who's just being completely evil here and saying, if you expose me for things that I've actually done, I'm going to try to destroy their lives. And so if you're aware of this, I've told you, You can't claim ignorance here. I told you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ruin her life even more than I've already ruined it, and I'm going to make sure that her child's life is ruined by seeing what happened to her mother, so that all these women understand that you never, ever, ever question a narcissistic manipulator in the dawah scene.
Never mess with Mohammed Hijab.
Never. And it'll all be on you behind veils. This is just sick, evil stuff, man.
This isn't just a threat. This is a spiritual accusation. He's trying to rewrite accountability to transfer the blame for his actions onto the people speaking truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hallmark of an abuser.
It is.
Make the victim seem dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Make the advocate the villain.
Uh-huh.
And cast yourself as the misunderstood protector.
That's that Darvo stuff.
He begins to conclude by stating,
"Let me be clear. If you step back now and act with restraint, this ends here."
Guys, you think about this? I'm going to destroy this woman's life and her daughter's life and implicate you so that you take the blame for causing all of this. But if you stop right now, you have the ability to stop all this right now. You have the ability to protect the woman and her daughter and your own reputation by just ending this now and taking stuff down and pretending I never did any of the stuff that I obviously did.
If this was all just, if this was obviously all false, I'm pretty sure that, there would be nothing getting in the way of simply, suing these people for Mohammed Hijab. Then Mohammed Hijab should just sue these people. Why doesn't he do that? Why doesn't he just sue the people involved for slandering him and, damaging his image? Why doesn't he just do it? Mohammed Hijab, why don't you just sue these people?
It's pretty easy.
Why don't you sue everybody? Just do it. If this is all false, just sue these people. Come on.
Do it.
Come on.
Do it.
Come on.
Do it.
But if you persist, we will respond fully, and the consequences will be permanent.
permanent consequences. Not legal, not moral, not spiritual. Permanent. That's as close as you can get to a threat without explicitly saying it.
And we've already seen, remember the tweets, Mohammed Hijab specializes in making his threat clear, like with the threats of torture and raping and so on to women. But then he'll add words to where, what? A threat? What? That's what he does. So this guy's picking up on the exact same thing.
It's the psychological equivalent of a loaded gun laid out on the table. He wraps up by saying,
"What is done, but what is undone can still be done."
What a scumbag. You see this? What is done, meaning no matter what I did to her or how I affected her or how much damage I did to this woman's life, it's already done. You can't fix that now. But what is undone can still be done. Namely, I haven't destroyed her life as much as I'm capable of, and I haven't destroyed her daughter as much as I'm capable of. So that can still be done, but it's in your hands. But you're to blame. If you call me out and expose me and I destroy your lives in return, that's on you. This is classic. This is classic evil scumbag manipulator.
Classic.
Habibi, we do not need Shakespeare here. Cryptic, ominous, deliberately unsettling. It's the final intimidation tactic. Mm-hmm. The message is clear. Back down or brace for destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And yet people will still ask me why I didn't stay silent.
All right, guys. We're about halfway through this video. I'm going to go ahead and stop this here, but you can go on. Behind Veil's channel, and I have a link to, I think, the most recent video in the description. But we want to get to the most recent video, so he continues here and telling Hijab that he's not going to back down and that more information is going to come out. But the reason why I don't need to play that, him telling Mohammed Hijab that more stuff is going to come out, is because more stuff has already come out. And so we're going to check out, the latest one. Let's take a couple super chats and then we'll watch today's video, the one that just came out, and we'll check out some of the text messages that Mohammed Hijab thought were deleted but are still around.
Did you see the message that I sent you? Do you have that?
Oh, what? What's that?
That Hatun sent me that just now. Do you have that?
What's that? You're not allowed to reveal my secrets. When you told me you would keep it secret, are you dumb? Whether you agreed to sex marriage or not, when you explicitly told me sex marriage. Yeah. No, we're about to look at those, man. Why are you sending me text messages that we're about to look at?
I don't know.
We're literally about to look at these text messages and you're like, David, did you know about these text messages? Yes.
I don't know if those are included. I'm just sending it to you.
Yeah, I've got the text messages. I got the receipts, ladies and gentlemen. AP, what's your favorite Bible story?
That's a good question. I'm not sure how to answer this question right now at this moment, but I just after instructions, I just studied together the Gospel of John with my wife, which was very, very, very nice. We did this over several weeks. I loved it. But what comes to mind right now is one of the latest things that I was actually impressed with when I sat down and actually read the book of Jonah, and I thought there is something really, really, really nice about it.
Mm-hmm.
Something really special about it. So
there is.
What that meant.
That's super cool stuff, and would have been a really weird idea in the ancient world. Why? The prophets had already prophesied that the Assyrians were going to come and conquer Israel. And then Jonah gets the message, hey, I'm actually going to destroy Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. I'm going to destroy them if they don't repent. And then Jonah's like, I'm not going to preach to them. And so
I'm out of here.
He bolts in the other direction. And then God makes him go and preach to them, and then they repent. And the idea was, hey, don't these people need to hear the truth as well? And so anyway, it's interesting that, in other words, if you were a Jew during the time of Jonah, these would have been your main enemies in the world. Like, these would have been the worst people. These would have been the last people you cared about. And God tells him, go preach to them too.
And it's so nice how it concludes the story, which is where Jonah is actually upset and sad about this.
He's upset about a plant. He's like, my plant died.
And he goes and sits outside the city, and then a plant grows above him, and he's like, oh, good. And then the plant is made to die, and he's like, why would this happen? And then God says to him, you care so much about this plant, shouldn't I care about all these people?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a very, very nice story. You know?
It is. It's a base story. Zed, there's a bunch of cool ones. I mean, obviously, I have all sorts of cool stories about Jesus. But if you're talking about, if you're not including stories about Jesus because he has a unfair advantage, you also have cool stories about the Apostle Paul. Paul has an unfair advantage. I always like the little stories, like when he's Paul's in front of the scribes and if he's in front of the Pharisees and Sadducees, and Pharisees believed in the resurrection and Sadducees didn't. And Paul says, hey, I'm only here because I believe in the resurrection. The resurrection of Jesus, but he just says resurrection, knowing this is going to set them off, and they all start arguing with each other. I like that. I really like the story of Micaiah in the Old Testament, where they have all the false prophets saying, you will be victorious, you'll be victorious, you're gonna be victorious. And one of the kings says, why don't we get a prophet of Yahweh in here to see what he says? And they bring in Micaiah. Micaiah says, yes, go, you'll be victorious. And the other king says, stop lying to me. He was just messing with him, right? And he says, oh, okay, yeah, you're all gonna get killed. And he starts whining. You see, I told you he never says anything good. And then the king says, lock him up until we get back. And Micaiah says, if you ever get back, then I'm not a prophet. And it was like totally gangsta from beginning to end. And I mean, the point is, this is a king who has the power to just like end this guy's life at any point and so on. And Micaiah's he's trashing the king, but he's he's hilarious the entire time he's doing it. So anyway, I like stories like that. But there's a bunch of funny ones like that. Mo meets Galileo and asks him where the mud pool is. That would be a good one for the Boom Boom Room. Let's see. Good Night says, so after absolutely destroying Sharia Islam, we should maybe focus on debating Sunni Islam, like the type of Muslims that live in Saudi. What do you think? Aren't they the majority of Muslims? What do you mean? Sunni Muslims believe in Sharia. What do you mean? Like the main advocates of Sharia on the planet would be Sunni Muslims. So those would be the same kinds of guys who are in Saudi Arabia. In other words, it's all the same thing. If you're dealing with Sunni Islam, you're dealing with the main problem of what is out to subjugate you in the world. So you guys are not planning to watch a new Behind Veils vid launch today. Let's watch it together.
But there's a new video?
Wait, there is? We might have to check that out.
What the heck?
Hi, D1 and AP. Glad you experienced a similar situation found in Samuel chapter 5 with the Baphomet statue. Coincidence or not, it's pretty cool. God bless you. It is. It's a funny thing.
This is funny. I have to look that up now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Philistines. The Philistines got the ark and so on, and they decided to take it back home as a trophy, and they got their statue of Dagon there, their god. Let's see. All will stand before the Lord in the end. Pray for them. And to Shaggy, to be a true player, you have to know how play. If she say a night, convince her. Say a day, never admit to a word. What she say, and if she claim you tell her, baby, no way. I do not know what song that is. I can tell that is a song that I'm supposed to be singing. I can't think of what it is. Maybe I've never heard it. Oh, and shout out to Jack Ray for gifting 5 Apologetics Roadshow memberships. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and check out the brand new video. Keep in mind, Mohammed Hijab has said this is a lie. She's just a stalker. He's super moral and would never give in to the temptations of this horrible, evil woman. That's been his claim. He thought she didn't have the texts because he had set it to erase his messages, but she kept some of them anyway. Smart girl. Let's check some of this out.
What you're about to witness is not fabricated. These are not photoshopped. These are the actual text exchanges between Mohammed Hijab and Sister Aisha. Messages that reveal a deeply disturbing pattern of manipulation, emotional abuse, and intimidation.
Manipulation, emotional abuse. That sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab, just from the beginning.
That show he acknowledged a marriage took place. The sister shared these screenshots publicly, on her own page, and with multiple other channels, desperately hoping anyone would hear her out. No one did. No one listened until she contacted me.
Oh, so you're the hero here. I just have to point out, so Behind Veils is the good guy in this situation, but that's compared with Mohammed Hijab. I have to say though, do not think that he would be friendlier towards us than someone else. Why am I saying this? Because guess what? The video that we just watched a second ago, so the one from a couple days ago, I actually posted a comment under the video. All right, so here it is. So this is right when it was posted. You can see it was posted within the hour and so on. But I had posted a comment, and I said, right there, David Wood here. I have no doubt there are plenty of people in the comments who hate me, since I regularly criticize Muhammad and the Quran. However, as the son of a mother who was manipulated and abused by men, I respect anyone who stands up to abusers. My mother eventually stood up for herself, and the man was so upset that he jumped off a bridge and died. That's the father of my brother, John. Apparently so that she would feel guilty and never escape the thought of him. So he was surrounded by cops. He jumped off the bridge. I suspect it was to let her know this was her fault. Keep in mind, see? The narcissists, they want you to know that everything is your fault, the bad consequences. They want those consequences to stick with you. Anyway, I said, this is how far these narcissistic abusers are willing to go to maintain complete control over their victims. May God strengthen, protect, and vindicate the victims and expose the liars. So I thought that was as nice as I could be. I said, I respect anyone who stands up to abusers. So that was me praising this guy and praising Aisha for standing up for herself. That became the top comment, and he deleted it. I'm glad you find that so amusing, AP. Isn't it funny? Everyone's like, David, why are you always mean? I try to be nice. I try to be nice. You guys don't let me. He goes, no, We're not allowed to take the Jews or the Christians as allies.
I don't know why I find it so funny.
I'm 49. I'm 49 years old. For the first time in my life, I tried to say one nice thing to someone else, and what happens? I get shut down. No, we cannot have the kuffar. And keep in mind, I'm actually trying to help. Why? I know what you guys are up against. You are up against someone who is. It's the same situation with Andrew Tate, right? You've got a guy who has a bunch of like brainwashed followers and can actually rain down tons of abuse. He has greater financial resources than Aisha and so on. He is able to sue her. He's able to do all kinds of things. And so I'm sitting there thinking, you guys are kind of outmatched here in terms of damage that can be done. So it would be good if we can help out in any way we can.
No, we don't want to. Get out of here, kafir.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. Guess what? Behind veils and Aisha, you guys can absolutely despise me. I will still try to help you in any way you want, because guess what? I don't care if Aisha here absolutely despises me as an evil person who tells her the truth about her religion. I still don't want her to be a victim of these guys.
It's just so funny, man. You leave this long, elaborate, heartfelt message of solidarity, and the guy just delete.
We don't want your solidarity, kafir. We will do this ourselves.
Okay. Pretty funny, though. All right, so here we go.
Verify the information through a sheikh who has knowledge of the marriage and familiarity with some of the individuals who witnessed the marriage contract.
You guys catching that? So it's not just Aisha's word. She's also got the text messages, so she's got the receipts, and he's saying, and I verified it with a sheikh who was involved with some of this stuff and who knows some of the people involved. So he verified. So he didn't just mindlessly believe what she's saying. He actually looked at the text messages. Okay, so here's more evidence of what she's saying. She's got the text messages, and he realizes, wait, there was a sheikh involved. Let me go to this sheikh, and the sheikh is verifying these things.
But there's no evidence and no proof. What's your proof?
He'll now argue that it's not his number, that the only acceptable proof in his view is a full screen recording verifying it's the only number he uses.
This is like the dumbest thing that Hijab
But if that's
said.
the case, why did you admit to us that you use different numbers?
You catch that? So Mohammed Hijab admits here, not unless I'm traveling and I have alternative numbers in those countries. This is my UK number. He uses multiple different numbers. So he has multiple numbers available to him, especially when he's traveling in other countries and so on. So he's doing his dawah and doing his hotel marriages and so on. He uses different numbers. And yet, one of his main responses to her is, again, this is the guy who thinks
No one has ever come up with the brilliant idea of having a different phone or a different number.
And his response to her is, hey, if you're saying these texts are from me, show that it's from my main UK phone number. Oh, you can't? It's coming up as a different number. You see, this is obviously fake. Come on, Hijab. Anyone who falls for that as a response is dumb enough to be a Mohammed Hijab fan.
And more importantly, why don't you perform a mubahada before the whole world, swearing that you have never used any number other than the one ending in 97, that you have never used a different number to make phone calls, send text messages, or do anything else. As if your personal number ending in 97 is somehow so sacred that you're forbidden from touching any other phone number. Stop the nonsense, you liar.
That is important. And guys, even though you have Mohammed Hijab fans who will just mindlessly believe any idiotic thing that he says, people with the slightest bit of common sense, when they see a response like that,
oh, if it's not from my main phone number that my friends know, then you have to admit this is all fabricated. It's like, good point, brother. Wow, good point.
Yeah, what would we have to believe if we were to agree with you, we'd have to believe there's no way you could be using a different number to message your mutawives. Like, as if you've got your official wife and you've got your wives on the side, and you don't want your official wife to ever glance at your phone and see some messages popping up. Therefore, you keep a separate phone with a separate number. No, we would have to think that's impossible to agree with you. And it's just idiotic.
He's a muta lover.
Mm-hmm.
Hijab believes, based on his warped theological justification, that he's allowed to lie. But you're not allowed to escape mubahada. And that's exactly what he continues to do. This slideshow lays bare the private communications Hijab never thought you'd see. It is here that you will witness him gaslight, shame, and belittle a woman who trusted him in what she believed was a legitimate nikah. It is here he mocks her faith, questions her motherhood, and attempts to crush her dignity message by message. In these texts, Hijab shows a calculated aggression. He deflects, he deceives, he accuses, he insinuates financial motives. He manipulates guilt and shame. He ridicules her for seeking help from scholars. He uses his platform not to protect, but to intimidate.
Does any of this sound exactly like Mohammed Hijab to everyone?
This is not the behavior of a man of God. This is the behavior of a man drunk on power, hiding behind the facade of religious scholarship.
Oh, you said I'm drunk. You said I'm drunk, but I don't even drink. You see that line
shows that he's not a Muslim. You see, I don't even drink alcohol.
Oh, this is the proof. What's he going to say next? That I eat pork?
This is the point where I need you to focus. Mohammed Hijab has cast an impression that these allegations are completely baseless. He keeps using diversion tactics to mislead the public, providing a series of distractions. Maybe it's Elon Musk, or maybe it's the Zionists. He has so many
The Zionists are teamed up with Elon Musk to lie about me.
people attacking him, and this sister is just another attempt to destroy him. Many have run wild with assumptions, and today we begin with the first set of evidences. In just a few minutes, I'm going to share a message sent to me a few days ago by Ali Dawa, Hijab's buddy.
Oh, we got Ali Dawa up in the mix.
But before that, let's take a deeper look into the timeline. Just under 2 years back, in August of 2023, Sister Aisha reached out to Ali Dawa for help, and they began their correspondence regarding everything that she had been going through, relaying the significant toll it was having on her physical and mental health. The sister inquired whether or not Ali Dawa knew about anyone in the Dawa circuit who had gotten married and divorced. When he said he was not aware, the sister decided to not continue the conversation. As she stated, "I prefer not to speak about him then."
Keep in mind, she's talking to Ali Dawa about Mohammed Hijab, but she's not telling Ali Dawa what this is about. She's not mentioning Mohammed Hijab at this point. She's just asking like, hey, I've got some issue I'm interested in. Maybe you could help me through and so on. Isn't it crazy? I mean, she still trusts the Dawa community, even though, you know, after what Mohammed Hijab did, and then who's she going to go to? Oh, she's going to go to Ali Dawa and Hamza Tortoise and stuff like that, the Mohammed Hijab's friends, to try and get some insight from them, not realizing they're all just going to side with him. And somehow she still trusts this entire system.
She seems to have a good judgment of character, you know.
Yeah, really, really good judge of character. Because I know, you know, if I were a woman and I was like, oh, who could I trust? I'd go with Mohammed Hijab first, because he definitely seems like a pillar of integrity there. And then if I were having problems with Mohammed Hijab, I definitely want to go to Ali Dawa, because, you know, that guy, he seems like, you know, he's really wise and intelligent and honest and so on, not a massive compulsive liar and dirtbag as well. You know, I mean, after all, he's got his wife, at least his main wife, communicating by a dry erase board and so on. So you know, he really loves women.
When asked, Sister Aisha said this was because she did not want to affect the friendship of Ali Dawa and others who were close to Hijab. Subhanallah.
You see that? She didn't even want to share the information that this is Mohammed Hijab because she didn't want to hurt his friendships with people like Ali Dawa.
Despite all the harm she went through, she still concealed the identity of Mohammed Hijab. Fast forward a year later, in July of 2024, Sister Aisha had multiple meetings with Ali Dawa, including once with his wife and once with Sheikh Torana.
You getting this? So she meets with Ali Dawa and Ali Dawa's wife, and then once with Ali Dawa and Sheikh Taran. So the Sheikh. So she's meeting with Ali Dawa, talking about her problems and stuff and what she's going to do about this, but she's still trying to keep it secret, basically.
Yes, the same Sheikh that Mohammed Hijab featured a voice note from that he had received recently. Take note of that, as we will elaborate on that in due time. As you can see here, Ali Dawa insists on doing an interview with the sister in July of 2024. This is where she reveals Hijab's name and where Ali responds that now he will have to hear his side. They spend some days going back and forth trying to find a convenient place and time to meet. Ali makes it very clear to not mention Hijab's name in front of his wife.
Everyone getting this? So she's been talking to Ali Dawa. Ali Dawa eventually says, hey, why don't we have you on my show, The Bitter Truth, or whatever, and then we could discuss this. Problems with the relationship. At that point, she reveals, actually, this is about your buddy. The guy that I'm talking about is Mohammed Hijab. And Ali Dawa says, oh, well, then I've got to verify it with him, isn't it? So I got to check it out with him and get his side of the story, yeah. But then he actually interviews her.
Nearly a month later, they meet in Ali Dawa's studio and record a 1.5-hour interview. They conceal the identity while she shares her whole story, with the purpose of waking people up to the reality of what is going on and warning others.
So she wants people to know what's going on in the Dawa community so that other people don't fall victim to what's going on with these guys. But she's not revealing that it's Mohammed Hijab. She never drops the name of who it is during this interview with Ali Dawa.
In an effort to avert any traps that women may fall into. After patiently waiting for her story to be released, eventually, Ali Dawa informs her that the interview will no longer be published. This was devastating for her. After all, Ali Dawa has frequently put out videos with commentary on hot topics and trending cases within the Muslim community.
Yeah, but he's doing stuff that is to his advantage, not, hey, let me help a woman expose how we're treating women behind the scenes and how Mohammed Hijab and others, Hijab admits like 85% of these guys are all engaging in polygamy behind the scenes. And do you think Ali Dawa wants to draw attention to that? The only way he'd want to draw attention to that is to condemn the woman, to show the woman that she's being a bad Muslim by not by having a problem with any of this. And if he realizes the interview did not go in that direction and does not give the impression that I want to give, then he's not posting it.
Not too long ago, he defended Akhi Ayman against false accusations. So if after his interview, he somehow found out that this was a false accusation, why didn't he speak up about it? Why has he remained completely silent? What does he know that he wants to conceal? I want to pause here for a moment and fast forward to a post made by Mohammed Hijab yesterday. In an effort to continue to deflect while deploying smoke and mirrors, he questions the source of these texts that have made their way to multiple channels on the internet. He states in his tweet that a specific channel is, quote, somehow the first to present it before anyone else had access. So I ask again, how did he get it? And
I think he's talking about Abdullah Samir here, because Abdullah Samir was the one who was sharing some of those texts, and even I was like, where are these coming from? I don't want to use them until like it's verified where they're coming from and so on. So Mohammed Hijab is using this as a problem.
How did he get them? How did he get those text messages? Let's see. You see, they're all conspiring against me.
No, turns out she had.
Why him? Who is feeding him this material? Well, it's quite simple, Hijab. The sister had put them out there in an effort to validate her claims. But let's not act surprised and blindsided by this. Let's rewind back to September of last year, a whole 7 months back. Sister Aisha had actually shared many of these texts between Hijab and herself to Ali Dawa. Yes, Ali Dawa, just 2 weeks after their interview.
1 second. Marion here says, it was YouTube that deleted your comment, Dr. Wood. You can't talk about ending yourself in a comment section. Genius. No.
Pretty sure if YouTube deleted it, it would happen immediately. Or
yeah, it was. Mine was the main comment for like the next day and a half, and I had like 700 or 800 likes or something on there, and it was the top comment. So yeah, that was not something that just randomly got deleted. And there were Muslims in my comment saying, "Delete this guy, delete this guy, delete this." Telling Behind Veils to delete it. And notice that's why I didn't use the S word. I said he jumped off a bridge. Right. So no, it wasn't deleted by YouTube. That was up for a while.
Here are some of the screenshots from the sisters' conversations with Mohammed Hijab. Conversations that were supposed to be erased from existence, with Hijab using an alternate number and having a 24-hour timer for disappearing messages. The sister never captured the screenshots until post-divorce, because why would she ever think she would need to do so? Most people don't get into marriages taking screenshots or recording conversations, and Sister Aisha was no different. But she managed to capture some screenshots after having been deceived by Mohammed Hijab.
So she captured some of them, but some of them are deleted. It's definitely too small to read, but I have the actual the PDF file. The PDF file.
Not to be confused with
something else that sounds exactly the
same. Can be viewed at behindveils.com.
Yeah, so we'll take
Remember,
a look at this here in a second.
Mohammed Hijab's buddy, Adi Dawa, knew about these messages. But why all of a sudden is it being addressed now? Why didn't Hijab bring it up with his initial video response?
Good point.
Well, as they noticed that these messages are now starting to circulate, they had to react quickly. Just yesterday, a screenshot was shared trying to disqualify the authenticity of these messages. The problem? It never originated from Sister Aisha.
So apparently, and I saw this at some point, apparently they've got a text message there on the screen and they're circling stuff saying, you see, this is clearly fake. But it was something that they came up with and she didn't. Right? In other words, they're saying, hey, this proves that she's doctoring these text messages and so on. Here's the proof. And it's not something that she shared. In other words, they're making up a fake text message to discredit her, and she's not the one who posted this.
But it was intentionally photoshopped in an effort to reframe the narrative. Once again, the deceptive efforts and response from Hijab is becoming abundantly evident. But the deception doesn't end there. What you're about to witness is not just about private messages. It's about a system of deflection, a machinery of character assassination. And it has already begun. First, they targeted the sheikh who held knowledge of their marriage, threatening his livelihood for simply knowing the truth. Then they came for Dr. Abu Aya, a man who acted as a concerned mediator from within our team.
You guys getting this? Everyone who says, hey, this is a serious problem that's going on. We need to address it and talk about it. They declare war on any of these people and start threatening them. So they're threatening Aisha. They're threatening her daughter. They're threatening Behind Veils here. Threatening the sheikh. Hey, we'll destroy you too. Wow. This is Dawa. This is your hero. This is the hero of the ummah. The hero of the ummah. This is how he actually is. And this is the guy we're supposed to listen to him and be really impressed and want to convert to his religion.
A man who gave Hijab
what's that?
Nothing.
Benefit of the doubt at every turn, who advocated for him, who urged patience, who wanted resolution, not exposure. And now, witness intimidation, smear campaigns, silencing tactics. Make no mistake, they will come for Sister Aisha next. Mark my words.
Of course
they will dig. They will distort. They will destroy. This statement is not just a warning. It's a line in the sand. Let this be a deterrent.
By the way, stupid Hijab, Ali Dawa, all you guys right now. Here's what he's pointing out. They're going to try to discredit her. So they've got text messages from her as well, because she wasn't setting hers up. She wasn't setting her up she wasn't setting hers up to delete messages and so on. So as she's ranting and doing all of this stuff, they're taking screenshots. They're going to use her. Look, she's saying she's going to expose Mohammed Hijab. They're saying this. They're saying that. Bad move. Because what they're going to do is now they're going to take, and he's pointing it out here behind veils. He's pointing out what they're going to do is they're going to try to discredit her by going through all of her entire history and exposing her and showing that she's bad. She's bad. Why is this a stupid idea? Because she doesn't have a lot to lose at this point. She sounds like she hit rock bottom. Hijab and Ali Dawa and all these guys, they have a lot to lose. And so getting into this sort of battle, stupid. If these guys had an ounce of common sense, they would be contacting her saying, how much you want to shut up? We'll come up with it. Give us a number. That's what you'd be doing. I don't know if she'd go for that or something like that, but that's how you should. You should be trying some other means other than threats, because the threats aren't working. You should be trying other means right now, but you're too stupid because all you know how to do is threaten people who expose you.
It is ridiculous, man. I mean, have some discernment. Whenever I try to silence people, I offer money. You know?
Sister Aisha was not just another voice. She was a woman scarred by trauma, searching for healing, seeking meaning. But instead, Mohammed Hijab poured fuel on her wounds and set it on fire. He used her, discarded her, and when the pain became too unbearable, she screamed to the world for help. She went to scholars, but they only chose to address what was legal, not what was moral, not what was right. They saw no crime, because Hijab didn't commit one. He engineered a loophole. He hacked the religion. He twisted its limbs to serve his ends. A Zumnika, selectively chosen witnesses, a wakil, or a proxy for her father, who now claims ignorance of the whole ordeal. This isn't religion. This is a manipulation of the sacred. Let us be clear. Our criticism is not of Islam, a religion rooted in absolute justice. It is not of our noble institution.
What are you laughing at, dude?
Oh, nothing.
Actually, there's it's been verified. The woman here, Aisha, she's calling herself Aisha. She's actually in the chat. Her channel is Faith. I think it was Thaddeus who said that he verified that it's actually her. But she says, I'm the woman in question. When I said he ruined my life for years, it's because we were in contact for 3 years prior to the marriage, and I have been fighting for 2 years to get justice. So it's basically he took up a lot of her life. Sounds like 5 years. Sounds like 5 years total. And Faith, I've said, or Aisha, I've said elsewhere, you know, we have all kinds of, we would have all kinds of disagreements, and I understand. Me and AP, we blast away at Islam and so on, and from your perspective, that would be bad. But at the end of the day, whether I agree with your religion and your prophet or not, I do not want anyone to be victims of serial abusers and narcissists who manipulate people, because they're just in a different category from everyone else. You can have people who have disagreements about things and argue about things and discuss things and so on. You have other people who are just sick manipulators taking advantage of other people, and they work themselves into positions of power over other people to take advantage of them. And they put themselves in positions where it becomes incredibly difficult to challenge them, because people don't want to damage something that they care about. So this was the issue in the Catholic Church with the abuse scandals. You could have a victim who was abused as a child or something like that. Later, when that person is in a position to call it out, wants to keep it secret, because it would be an embarrassment to the church that this person still loves. Like, in other words, you think, oh, this priest is a problem. This priest is doing something messed up. But if I expose this priest, then it would harm this great institution that I actually care about. That's the position that these guys will work themselves into. So you become a hero of the Dawa community and then use your spot to abuse people, knowing the people that you're abusing are never going to call you out because they love Islam. And so this is an ongoing issue. This is not unique to Islam. Narcissists, psychopaths, sadists, they work themselves into positions where they won't be criticized or challenged, and they make themselves important to this whatever it is, a religion or an institution or something, so that people who care about the religion or the institution won't challenge them or call them out. And they'll just use this to spend their entire lives manipulating and abusing other people. And so guess what? You just have to call them out. And it is difficult. It will do damage to the credibility of the institution or the religion in people's eyes. It will damage. You just have to do it, because the alternative is letting it continue. And that in the long run is going to do more damage.
Cool, but stop bringing up the Catholic Church in this regard, man.
Yeah. Well, just
it's not special. It's not special. It was just it actually shows that the Catholic Church, contrary to other religious institutions, actually was able to be properly analyzed and probably own up to things.
No, it's an example of, you could have let this go on. Eventually, some people said, you know what, we have to expose what's going on, and that in the long run, that is more important. So this stuff does have to happen. The point is, this can happen all over the place. A narcissist or a psychopath will work into a situation where it's more difficult to challenge or question him. And where
I'm just saying that whenever the whole Catholic Church in relation to this kind of stuff comes up, it kind of, in my opinion, plays into this whole weird pop culture understanding of how the Catholic Church is especially bad with this kind of stuff, when that's just not the case.
Oh, no, it's not. No, you're. We've talked about this before. You're significantly more likely to be molested by like a teacher or something like that at a school than you are in the Catholic Church. It's an example, AP, of someone who, you could be a victim and you don't want to expose it because of something you care about. That's why that is a good example. And they eventually dealt with it anyway, and people exposed it anyway, because you have to. So that's the example. Stop defending it.
I don't take kindly to people talking trash about my Catholic boys.
Stop defending it, creepazoid. All right. Back to Behind Veils.
It's of those who hide behind them. Mohammed Hijab and others like him are not real scholars. They are religious imposters, pretend muftis, professional storytellers, and con artists dressed in clerical robes. To our Islamic institutions, we see your effort and we thank you. But now we demand your courage.
Now that Aisha is here in the chat, I also want to point out that I think that she's fantastic, and that Islam is a very beautiful religion, and all that. And I think that she's completely the victim in all of this, and she has completely good discernment of character. So
why are you blaming the victim?
She's not a victim, man.
What's your problem, man? See, this is a problem, Aisha. You got people who are from Turkey, and they absorb the mindset of the abuser and not of the victim. And then they see everything through their distorted lens of being weird Turkish perverts.
I mean, let's face it. I think some people need to be ready to be criticized for some really stupid decisions that they make, especially. And I'm not saying that she did something stupid in misjudging character, and doing something, getting herself into it. But it also involves her being deceptive and dishonest, and basically engaging in a plot for her own benefit and her own pleasure, as it seems in going or hiding it from his family and all that. So it's kind of it's a very cultish behavior on all sides. And of course, I don't want to say, you're dumb and you're bad. You got yourself into it, which is why you shouldn't complain. No, you should complain, and you should absolutely come out here and talk about this, because you should help stop the cult of wanting to convert and marry and have sex with all the women out there, which is the cult of Mohammed Hijab. But you should also take some responsibility and not involve yourself in such deceptive behavior to begin with.
to be fair, come on, think about the situation. She is a woman. She is married. She has a daughter. She gets a divorce, and she has an opportunity to be in a relationship with a hero of dawah. I'm just saying, AP, lots of women make mistakes like that. And so it's not like she's uniquely falling for something. I mean, how many times have we heard the story about a Western woman who falls in love with a guy who falls in love with a Muslim guy who says, hey, you know, marry me and everything's fine. You can even remain a Christian and so on. And then 2 years later, she's asking us for help because of the disastrous situation. Point is, people make dumb decisions. That happens. You don't spend the rest of their life, especially you don't spend the rest of their lives attacking them and shaming them when they are the ones who realize, hey, that was a bad decision, and now I'm going to try and correct it. You should be saying, hey, it's great. You messed up. You're trying to make it right. You're doing the right thing. Instead, you're like, no, I don't care if you're making it right. You've made a dumb decision in the past. Unlike me, I've never made a dumb decision. And neither has David Wood, even though he spent years in prison for his horrible decisions. You're the bad one and dumb one. Come on.
It would be one thing to make a dumb decision, but if we are talking about a guy who is actually, you know, is a single dude who is also divorced and who gets into this with you, but who ends up using and dumping you. But in this case, we're not talking about that. You know, we're not talking about. It's not a victimless. It's not a completely honest mistake. It is a rather dishonest mistake, as it seems, unless there is something that I fail to see here, because it doesn't involve you know, her and then, you know, innocently falling in love and being abused by this idiot. So I'm not criticizing her for having, you know, poor judgment of character, but rather for involving herself in a plot with a dishonest guy who also is going behind the back of his own family and lying to them, and she's participating in that for her own benefit. That's what it looks like. In that regard, of course, you know, if she only makes a wrong decision here and, you know, trusts this guy and makes stupid decision, I would say, you know, everybody makes stupid decisions, and I feel for her. That's all I would say, honestly. But if she makes a wrong decision or does something stupid, and by her wrong decision that is stupid, also deliberately participates or collaborates with a guy who is at the same time lying to his own family, and she's part of the deception, and she only speaks out once she doesn't get what she wants, I don't really feel sorry for her. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this, AP. I mean, it's like Andrew Tate with his webcam girls and so on, in the sense that you're dealing with basically a professional manipulator. Guess what? Professional manipulators are good at getting people to do and to believe things they want them to do and believe. So you take Mohammed Hijab and some random Muslim woman, he'll be able to convince her of all kinds of things. He'll be able to dupe her into doing all. In other words, it doesn't sound like she's like, you know what I really want to be? A secret second wife. That's what I really want to be in life. She's in a conversation with this guy trying to figure out how she's going to, what kind of future she's going to have. And he's the one convincing her, of course, this is the way to do it. This is the way to go about it. Guess what? Lots of women would fall for that in that situation. Yeah, lots of guys can fall for stupid things as well. Just look at
there are other victims, but there are other victims involved, and she's aware of this for the entire time. So, you know.
And guess what? You convince her this is all perfectly halal certified here. So quit attacking everyone else, man. Focus on the real manipulator here, and not the people who fall for the manipulation. Yes, we say regularly here, people need to not be soft targets, need to be hard targets, need to learn the tools that are used against you, because if you don't, it is you're way more likely to fall for them.
I would encourage, or I would say that I would sympathize more with her case if she also, in addition to what she has done so far, admitted that she deliberately participated in in a twisted plot and just deliberately participated in a deceptive plot with this guy, and that she now regrets it and wants to help fight it, then I would say, okay, yeah, makes sense. So there also needs to be repentance on her part. Yeah,
she might be totally fine with saying that because she's already trying to expose him and stuff. So she might be fine saying it. But
go ahead.
I'm not going to sit here saying, oh yes, Mohammed Hijab is completely innocent because this woman hasn't admitted that she entered into something. Just if I'm to assign blame here, it's like she's like this much and he's got like this mountain of blame, and you're like, no, let's focus on that. Look at that right there. Oh my goodness.
That's true. Mohammed Hijab is the sickest person, one of the sickest people that I have had the honor to meet with. So
pure narcissism and evil. And I'm just seriously still at this point still wondering, because when we're talking about how these guys will work themselves into situations where they can take advantage of other people and people won't expose them because one, they don't want to hurt something that they love, but also they know this guy has connections and a lot of fans and a lot of resources for destroying someone's life. And we know that whoever these guys are abusing, they're keeping information and screenshots so that if the person ever speaks out, they can ruin that person's life and send a message. So that's what's going on. That's what's going on with these situations. But oh my goodness. So the issue is Aisha's the one who's speaking out, but how many women are there behind the scenes who've fallen for this with these guys who don't want to expose it just because I don't want to hurt the dawah and I don't want to be sued and I don't want these guys to destroy my reputation and so on. Probably a lot. So Aisha's the one who's stepping forward. I can guarantee there are tons of victims who aren't. So hats off to her for that.
Time to clean house, to remove the charlatans hiding within your ranks.
That's true.
And now, to Mohammed Hijab. You have led the public down a path of deception. You refuse to take an oath before Allah to deny that a marriage ever took place between you and the sister. But why? Because you know it did. You have been exposed. For the past week, you've doubled down, mocking, accusing, attacking, slandering. You called her a liar, called us liars, and launched character assassination campaigns like a coward hiding behind an AI avatar.
That's true.
But you are the liar, a master deceptionist, a vile being who preyed on trust and cloaked harm in the guise of religiosity. And when
that all sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab. And as I pointed out, when you're exposing someone and you're accusing someone of something and it doesn't sound at all like the person, then it's like red flags go up. When people are accusing Andrew Tate of things and it sounds exactly like everything we know about Andrew Tate, it's like, it just has an air of credibility. And same thing here. Everything that they're saying about Mohammed Hijab sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab and sounds exactly like everything we've ever known about this guy.
Assault on Sister Aisha begins, and it will.
It will.
Here's what they will say. They'll accuse her of blasphemy, for kufr, for making a passing comment where she stated, at that time, I took this guy as a god because I trust him enough. When asked about it, she clearly stated that this was a poor choice of words, but that it was merely a metaphor and figure of speech.
Yeah. So guys, she said,
they did that.
Yeah, she said in her description of the whole scenario, she said, Mohammed Hijab was like a god to me or something like that. And they're like, oh, Muslim would never say this. Oh, you see, this proves that she's a liar. And it's like, the point of all that is the community builds this guy up as this hero. And so you can think of nothing. You can only think good of him because of how amazing he is. And so she says that and they say, you see, and so she's just being honest about her feelings at the time. And then they use this to show that she's a fake Muslim or something like that. Whereas, and that response, that kind of response that Hijab and his fans are giving, that's basically made for stupid people. That's a response made for stupid, gullible people who are going to fall for that. Because the rest of us, when we see something like that, we're like, wait, she's laid out everything. And then you guys jump on, she said, oh, Muhammad Hijab is like a god to me. that's what you jump on and say, oh, she's clearly lying? Because that seems absolutely like a pathetic attempt to...
Are you saying that people who trust Mohammed Hijab are stupid?
Yeah.
Not a literal characterization, but because hijab has so much arrogance and thinks so...
Wait, what's this? His tweet says, I've realized that I love myself too much, which is easy to do because I'm so great. There is no logical reason that I may love myself in such a way when other more honorable people are more deserving of my love than me. How do I free myself from this unreasonable bias?
Why do you post this publicly?
Yeah. The translation, I'm a narcissist. What can I do about it? Well, hey, Mohammed Hijab. Aisha and Behind Veils right now, they're actually helping you. Because I can speak from experience. Sometimes it's good for you to be exposed. That is, in fact, if you're a narcissistic manipulator or a psychopathic manipulator, the best thing that can happen to you is to be completely exposed. The worst thing that could happen to you, Mohammed Hijab, and I'm talking about your spiritual well-being. You're already screwed up. You're already massively screwed up. But I can tell you, the worst thing that can happen to you right now is for you to get away with this and for you to come up with a way of exposing them and making yourself look good. That is the worst thing. Why? Because that will condition you even more to think that you can get away with doing whatever you want. That is bad. That is bad for you. That's bad for everyone around you. You think it's great. That will destroy you. Getting away with this will actually destroy you, even more than you're already destroyed. You're already one of the worst people we've ever met in our lives. If you get away with this, that would be even worse because that would convince you that your tactics do work and therefore you need to just continue with your manipulation and abuse tactics. So the best thing that can happen for your own good right now is for for Behind Veils and Aisha to be successful in exposing you.
Highly of himself. That's why he has repetitively brought this up, because it feeds his ego. Or when she said, I'd shake hands with the devil to get the story out, words said in fury, in anguish, after every door was shut when trying to seek help. This was unequivocally wrong. She has personally and clearly repented, and Allah accepts the repentance of everyone, even acts of shirk. But they won't care. They'll highlight her desperation, reaching out to critics of Islam, people who are unfair and unreasonable in their attacks against our religion. Yes, she was...
ChatGPT says I'm entirely reasonable in criticizing your religion, so I'm not in that category, just to be clear. Now, AP is a little more emotional, according to ChatGPT.
Desperate
and
needed someone to hear her. And unfortunately, as a community, we failed her. Ever wonder why they didn't release more than 5 or 10 second sound bites? And why they were secretly recording her? It's not normal to meet in a public place and have a secret recording unless there is a hidden motive.
You get that, everyone? They've been, they prepare ahead of time. They realize, hey, there's a chance this woman might try to expose something. Let's keep tabs on everything so that we can build up an arsenal to rain down fire upon her if she dares cross us. And that'll destroy her and be a warning to anyone else who ever dares question what we do behind the scenes.
They'll twist more of her words, pull them out of context, magnify every misstep, because they don't want you to hear the context.
That's true.
She is not perfect. None of us are.
AP's like, yes, you see, she's not perfect. I was right.
Where she has fallen into error, she has repented. Just take a look at this repulsive message Adi Dawa sent directly to me, where he states,
Assalamu alaikum. The reason I took that video down of your wife oppressing you is because I realized what an irresponsible man you are with those accusations about hijab. You haven't seen what I've seen, and also how you accused Omar Suleiman of free mixing. You're not a man to be trusted. This week you're going to realize what kind of woman you gave a platform to, who works with the enemies of Islam. Your reputation of standing up for the oppressed will be cancelled due to this enemy of Islam trying to get Dua down.
Yeah, wow, she's just out to destroy the dawah, and you've been duped into helping her destroy the dawah, and you're going to be destroyed in the process. Ali Dawa, keep in mind, you chose a side in all this. You could have been on the side of the truth. She came to you. She shared her story with you. You know it's true. You know who Hijab is because you guys are both scumbags, and you are basically helping Mohammed Hijab get away with abusing women like this, which is the same thing you've been doing by having your little shows and stuff and conditioning these women to let you guys do whatever you want, not to question it, because y'all want to go around banging as many women as possible.
I mean, don't people who agree with Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah, who are fans of these people, see how just by the messages, by the intimidating, by the behind-the-scenes messages that they send here, to see how sick these people are, and just to see how they are obviously guilty? This is so... Wow, man, this is really twisted. It's really, really dark and twisted. But David, you should probably read that message again with Ali Dawah's actual voice.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. It's too small on my screen, so I'm looking for it if I can enlarge it on my laptop here.
It's not real if you don't read it in his actual voice.
I know that. That's why I'm intending to, man. I just have to find it. Okay, here we go. Let me make this full screen here on my laptop. So this is Ali Dawah. Okay, I got it blown up here.
Good.
Now we can all be safe. Okay, so this is from Ali Dawah. He says, Assalamu alaikum. The reason I took that video down of your wife, oppressing you in it, because I realized what an irresponsible man you are with those accusations about hijab, isn't it? You haven't seen what I've seen, and also how you accuse Omar Suleiman of free mixing, You're not a man to be trusted. This week, you're going to realize what kind of woman you gave a platform to, who works with the enemies of Islam, and she's proud of that. Your reputation of standing up for the oppressed, will be canceled due to this enemy of Islam trying to get Duat down. This first video is out, and you will watch it in shame of who this really is. But a second video, will make you want to shut your YouTube channel down. You're not a man of justice. Your hatred to dunya has blinded your sight of justice. You're as unjust as your ex-wife, if that's even true what you say about her, which I doubt. And we're proud of that. All right, everyone happy now?
Fine. Now I understand what he actually said. Thank you, man.
And behind veils, just so you know, you have my full permission to take that audio and splice it over your video, so that people are not thrown off. Because when you say this is from Ali Dawah, and then you talk into like a deep bass voice when he sounds like a castrated leprechaun or something like that,
exactly,
it throws people off. Whereas mine, it would be like, oh, okay, this sounds like exactly like Ali Dawah. All right.
First video is out, and you will watch it in shame of who this Aisha really is.
Yeah.
But the second video will make you want to shut your YouTube channel down. You're not a man of justice. Your hatred to dunya has blinded your sight of justice. You're as unjust as your ex-wife, if that's even true, what you say about her, which I doubt.
My brief response to you, Ali Dawah, first and foremost, I'm not sure what kind of leash that Mohammed Hijab has placed around your neck. Like he...
Hear that? Hey! Good boy. That's Mohammed Hijab behind the scenes. Ali Dawah was like, hey, I help you discredit her, and I try to silence this girl so that these girls never speak out against us, we could just keep doing whatever we want. And Hijab's like, good boy. Get on your leash, boy. Get on your leash.
As with others. But be careful who you blindly defend. In addition, you have a proven history of being deceptive and lacking integrity. I've called you out in previous videos trying to appeal to the possibility of your sincerity, but you failed to respond. You want to blindly defend people like Omar Suleiman and now possibly Dunya Shoaib without having any knowledge of the matter, but because you subscribe to the same mentality of placing these professional storytellers on a pedestal does not mean you need to publicly vouch for them. Do your due diligence before you make a fool of yourself.
That's funny. He's funny. So Ali Dawah's like, we're going to destroy you. This is going to destroy your reputation. He's like, you are about to make a real fool out of yourself right now if you're going down this road, Ali Dawah. So check yourself before you wreck yourself, Ali D.
Just like Adi Dawa stated, they want to paint her as an enemy of this religion. But let me say this with absolute clarity. Even if she were not Muslim, she would still deserve her rights by Islamic principles. By Allah, I would not change a single thing I'm doing, not one. We do not play favorites with truth, because the Prophet Mohammed sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught us justice is not selective. Mohammed Hijab, this is only the beginning of the unraveling of your deception, the beginning of the unveiling of your harm, and we will not stop. This is just the opening move.
We cannot stop. We will not stop. This guy sounded like the Terminator here.
The mask is slipping and the truth is coming into full view. The damage you've caused will no longer be hidden behind titles, theatrics, or threats. You tried to silence the wrong people. And now every lie, every manipulation, every abuse cloaked in religiosity, it's all coming to light. And no matter how loud you shout, how many loyalists you rally, or how many reputations you try to destroy, we are not backing down. Truth doesn't tremble, it triumphs.
We are not backing down. That is a narcissistic, manipulative abuser's worst nightmare, because it's built into their thinking. I can always get out of every situation by heaping insults and abuse and threats on people. And once you've sort of exhausted all your insults and threats and abuse and they're not working against a person, that is their worst nightmare. That is the narcissistic abuser's kryptonite.
I don't even understand why Mohammed Hijab is still denying this or hiding this.
He's been defending that it's all perfectly fine, and then as soon as it's pointed out that he's doing it, oh, I've never done such a thing.
But what is is he scared of women now? Like after acting like the biggest jerk against women his entire life, I don't even get it.
Yeah. So the last thing we want to look at, ladies and gentlemen, is I actually have the PDF file, mind you.
Not to be confused with Daniel Kikachu.
I have the PDF file.
Not to be confused with Mohammed.
Not to be confused with Mohammed. I have the PDF file of
not to be confused. Okay, go ahead.
Messages. So we're gonna check these out. Take a couple super chats, and then we'll check out the text messages, which Hijab thought were all being deleted, and some of them were, but not all. She got the receipts on some of them. Drew says, I don't think Aisha is a victim in this. No, she's definitely a victim. If you want to say she's partly to blame, that is fine, and that she made a dumb decision, that's fine. Or like AP saying, hey, you shouldn't, hey, you were actually involved in this deception if you were agreeing to, hide this and so on. If you want to say partly to blame, fine. Definitely still a victim, and she still is a victim. You say she knew Hijab has a wife and she wouldn't be notified about the marriage. Again, according to Hijab, it's perfectly okay in Islam. So if you're listening to these guys as the authorities on matters of religion, it doesn't matter how you feel. It matters what is right or wrong Islamically, and this is fine.
Yeah, I guess I can't blame a person completely for being stupid, and I said that before, so I see that point.
It's a similar thing with like Daniel Hakikachu and him saying that you could have sex with a 4-year-old, and then IP said, "What about a 3-year-old?" And he says, "No, this wouldn't happen." And IP points out, no, there are actually cases of babies who've gone through precocious puberty. And then Daniel Hakikachu says, yeah, but that wouldn't be a problem because the parents wouldn't agree to that. And we're sitting there thinking, well, if the parents take you guys as their religious authorities, they might fall for that because you would train them that they're bad Muslims and selfish if they don't hand over their little daughters to someone. And so there is always this idea, this ongoing problem. If you're taking this guy as like the source of valid information in your religion, well, you've just given that guy a lot of power. And so he can start manipulating you into believing some really screwed up stuff that even damages you. I mean, we just saw last year, we saw that guy who's he's the Quran Dawa leader of this big Muslim school down in Texas. And what was he doing? He actually got a mother to make porn videos of her own daughter. That's what kind of manipulators you're dealing with here. That's some sick stuff. So, and keep it. It's a similar situation that we'd be pointing out. How did you fall for that? What is wrong with you, lady, that you actually fell for that and got him to convince that? But these guys know the tricks of the trade, and they are able to. The point is, they can get some people to do some really sick stuff, bad stuff. That's why you got to be hard targets, guys. Learn the tactics, and Behind the Veils actually does a good job of breaking down the various tactics, gaslighting, and all this stuff. Got to learn them. Got to learn them. What's up? You got Orthobro right here, man.
So yesterday I met somebody very important in part of the church. A very important person in the Orthodox Church in my region, and as we met and as we talked to each other, as we talked a little bit about what I do online, he actually told me it would actually be very beneficial for you to, in this process over the next a few weeks or months, to take a break from doing what you're doing about with the whole Islam thing, and to to pause all the fighting, because right now you have a lot of things to take in and to receive. And he said, he told me, it is difficult to open your hands and to receive the mercies and the goodness when you have your fists balled and you're fighting the entire time. So, and I thought to myself, well, this is kind of a bummer to hear, because I don't want to hear somebody tell me I should take a break. Yeah. But sitting right now and hearing all these disgusting things again puts me into a mood where I want to say, some people deserve to die. And
you need to I thought you were getting away from that.
Then I think I was just getting rid of that mentality, and maybe I guess I see the point now.
Hey, we should do something where because you still got to make videos. That's what you do. Where, hey, we should spend a couple months and just focus on positive things. Wouldn't that be weird? Wouldn't it be weird if we just tried to focus on positive, nice things? We just shared, we just shared only positive, nice things. That would be wild. Of course, I'm not in your situation, so I can still be blasting away at stuff. But, hey, you got a comment here from Orthobro 101. AP, is it true that you called one of our holy saints this guy? Shame. This is totally unacceptable. You must repent. You laughing at? Oh, that's a joke to you?
True. Very true.
Has there been a da'i that has done more to turn Muslims away from Islam than Mojab first holds in the narrative and now this? No, he's probably number one. I've seen it. I've seen comments from people who are like, basically, Mohammed Hijab is why I left Islam and so on. I've seen people say that the holes in the narrative interview is what caused them to doubt Islam and so on. So, yeah. I'm so happy AP is one of us. Praise Jesus. Yes, one of us. One of us. We accept him. We expect him. Shame. Bell. Shame. Bell. Shame. Bell. Shame on AP. That's good. It's a super sticker. Thank you for that. How do these people not understand that Islam is the problem? I don't understand how such an extreme level of cognitive dissonance is possible. I wonder that too, because we're looking at all this situation and what's Mohammed Hijab using to justify everything he's doing? Teachings of Muhammad. That's what he's using to justify all this behavior. And it's kind of a situation where, hey, if taking Muhammad's claims seriously leads to this, doesn't sound like it's actually from God. AP, you're not even fit to be a Kate Schumann. You are not even fit to be a Kate Schumann. That's a good point.
I'm a cake human, man. Get it right.
Let's see. If I want the 24-inch pythons, is it ajwa date, then the camel urine, or the other way around? And what about the camel milk? It's basically not the order. It's how much camel milk and camel urine and ajwa dates you have throughout the day. You got to get a certain quantity. David and AP, God bless you, brothers. Hey, David, are your sons still doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? No. Not lately, not any time recently that I've seen. They switched to wrestling and so on, and then they graduated and haven't gotten back into it yet. One of my sons says he wants to get back into it, stuff like that, but he's been doing other stuff. But we're going to get my youngest son into it. He's only 6, but yep, got to grow up doing that. Why is the media ignoring this? Trump and Elon Musk are conspiring against this man, and the media doesn't report on it. That's what they do. That is a problem that you have Elon Musk doing everything he can, using his billions of dollars to tarnish hijab's perfect reputation.
That's what they do.
David Wood, AP is not as forgiving as I am. That's true. AP is not as forgiving as I am. No, that's the benefit about screwing up so massively in your life and then watching everyone around you screw up so massively, and even like people like destroying their own lives and dying and stuff like that. Is someone makes a stupid decision and gets in the wrong relationship, you're like, It's kind of an ongoing problem, because like with my wife, when my kids are growing up, she'd be like, oh my goodness, he hasn't been doing his homework and stuff. And I'm like, I mean, I burned down a forest when I was his age, so I kind of can't get mad at him, right? Because like makes it difficult to be pointing a finger at. Like, put it this way: anything I've seen from Aisha, I've done massively worse in my life, like massively worse and massively more stupid and stuff like that. So it's like hard to be like, shame on you, lady.
Or does she repent of her behavior?
Sheikh Mike Wingling, I agree with Ridvan. Women are always to blame. Why is a diagnosed psychopath trying to teach us empathy? That's for weaklings, boy.
I'm your teacher, boy.
That's true. AP's secret weapon for taking back Constantinople. Turkey baster. The turkey baster. If Ali Dawa stands with Mojab, then so do I. Ali Dawa is an expert on love and relationships, and he knows how to treat a wife well. That's true. That's a good point. A lustful masquerade. Mojab's mask soon will fade. Too late for blackmail to be paid. Mojab from a mubahala must be saved. How's that for a surah? It's definitely a surah. Nice. It definitely rivals anything that we've ever read in the Quran. AP realized that it's the Christians who butter his bread. Atheism doesn't. Lao, and there is no community. Yep. AP realized Christianity is where the big bucks are, not atheism.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, I was first going toward...
especially the Orthodox Church. That's where the cash comes rolling in.
That's very funny. No, I was going to so for years I was told that the Jews, pay lots of money and all that, and that basically in my position I could benefit lots from Jews. Then as I was going toward Judaism, I figured out that contrary to popular belief, Jews don't actually do the whole thing of paying people to do stuff for them and all that. So it's not something that they really do. Plus, if I want to have their favor, I don't have to convert. I can just be whatever I want and just and they can just support me. So then I thought to myself, so if that is checked, so I could, if I want to be rich, I can go toward Christianity. And then I looked at my audience and figured. And looked and thought a little bit about which kind of Christian should I be, which kind of Christianity is more popular with my audience. So I checked the most popular Christians, the highest number of Christians would be Protestant. The second highest would be with great distance Catholics, and the lowest, again by far, would be Orthodox. There are like maybe 60 Protestants, 10 Catholics, and maybe 2 Orthodox. So I thought, what would I need to do to appeal to most people here? Obviously, become Orthodox.
Yeah, because that's the best niche right there, right?
Yeah.
Because like everyone else is like, ooh, I'll go Protestant or I'll go Catholic. You'd be like, there's a smaller group, but I'll be their only guy, and therefore they will have to shower me with money.
Genius.
Yep. Papa Dom says Ali Dawa feeds hijab grapes off camera. Nothing would surprise me about that community. I'm talking about the Dawa community at all anymore, but yeah, probably. Man, that guy would make a great Christian. Which one? Who, AP?
Huh. No, the other guy. I think the guy who was exposing the things.
Oh, the guy? Yeah, that'd be cool. Yes, let's pray for him to become a good Christian. Good idea. Inshallah. Ibrahim says, as a former wife of Mo Hijab, I can confirm he treated the best. I especially enjoyed getting whacked once in a while. A fairy tale marriage, bigots. These are all good points. Traitors! Anti-Islam movement owes so much to Mojab. Holes in the narrative. Golden shower. The degeneration of Dawah into WWE nonsense. Now this. Yes, guys, that's why. And here's this weird situation I'm in right now because I've said for years that you don't destroy, you don't blow up your gold mines, right? They keep producing. But eventually, there's kind of no helping it. They're self-destructing and so on. So I'm thinking maybe Mohammed Hijab is at that point. If he's melting down like this right now, it may be. But I mean, I thought we'd have a couple more years with him, helping us destroy more of the Dawah. But I don't know now. We may need to look to a new generation of chest-thumping Dawah clowns. Thank you, Psalm 46:10. Solaria says, AP, we all deserve that. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Yeah, you're not perfect, AP. That's the wrong distinction. Some people deserve worse. Even so, God's grace can redeem even the vilest monsters.
I completely agree, but there's also justice here. And, I'm just saying on the level of simply looking at her actions and then, deciding whether somebody here is the poor victim or somebody who participates in the atrocities committed against others, it's difficult for me to consider her totally a victim. And I haven't seen much regret on her part, except a little bit of selfish behavior, to be very honest. That said, of course, everybody makes mistakes, and I don't want to judge anybody. I just wouldn't necessarily want to depict her as the great victim here.
She just wanted a normal marriage, and she was manipulated into taking this other thing. And then she realized she didn't want to be part of this other thing, so she asked for a divorce. And then, after he ruins her life, she decides to try and get to the, trying to get some sort of justice behind the scenes without exposing him. Everyone shuts her down, and then she decides to expose him. Point is, she made a mistake. She's doing what she should be doing. You don't know what's going on in her head behind the scenes if she thinks she's completely innocent in all this or something like that. So stop blaming the victim. Victim blamer, Turkish German. You see this? You see what Turkey does to people? That's why we need a turkey baster. What is behind the tactics you mentioned? I'm curious. I'm not sure what you're talking about with behind the tactics. You're talking about manipulation tactics? Some people are just wired, right? So you sit here and think, hey, what do I want out of life? Okay, here's the things I want out of life. How do I get those? If it's, I'm going to go out and work hard to get those things, that's one thing. If it's, I'm going to take those by physical force, that's another thing. A manipulator's thought is the best way to get everything I want is to control other people's behavior and make them give me the things I want. And there are just tactics that go along with that. There are things that work. And the most basic is just when you condition people over time, when you do something that you like, then you shower them with praise or reward them in some other way. When they don't do what you want, you shower them with abuse or something like that. And you can actually modify people's behavior over time until they're just doing what you want and they never would dream of crossing you. Eventually you run into someone who doesn't fall for it, and then your whole system starts breaking down, and you don't know anything else, so you have to just keep dialing up the same thing. Like if you focus on showering abuse and threats on people who don't do what you want, and then you do that and they still don't do what you want, then it's like, oh, I have to do it even more. And eventually you run into someone who's just not going to break, and that's when your entire way of life comes crashing to the ground. In a past stream, both of you talked about Theo Van Gogh and how he had a mad scientist, bohemian vibe, and as such was messy and made crazy art. I disagree. His surname is enough proof. Yeah, Van Gogh. God bless. That's funny. I like to think that God's favorite way of judging the wicked is to just sit on his throne and watch their own schemes collapse on them. I believe we will see that now with Mojab. And guys, when I'm saying this is actually the best thing for him, I'm going to tell you about the worst day of my life. The worst day of my life was nothing to do with going to jail or anything else, prison, any of that stuff, mental hospital, none of that stuff. The worst day of my life was towards the end of the first quarter of 8th grade. And I got called to the principal's office, which was pretty normal. But anyway, I get this call to the principal's office. David Wood, report to the principal's office. Thinking, okay, what am I getting in trouble for now? I go down to the principal's office. I walk into the principal's office, and there was a meeting. There's the meeting room there. I walk in there, and it's the principal, the vice principal, the guidance counselor, like 4 of my teachers, my mom, her boyfriend, and my grandmother, all around a table, like intervention style.
Oh boy.
And I was like, what is this? Turns out they'd been talking about me behind the scenes and stuff. And it was a weird situation. I have to sit down. And then they start going around the room telling stories about stuff I did. But here's the thing. There were people in that room that I liked, and there were people that I didn't like. If I didn't like someone, if I didn't like a teacher or something like that, over time, I would pick up on what annoys that teacher, and I would just do more of that. Whatever ticks off this teacher or something like that, I would keep doing more of that so that I, over time, morph into this teacher's like worst nightmare. And then if I liked a teacher or liked like my grandma or something like that, then I find out what they like over time, and I do more of that. And then they think I'm this really great, wonderful person. They each start talking about the stuff I do. And like a teacher would say, here's what he's like in my class. And they would all look at me like, what? What? He's like that? And it would get around to like my grandma, and she would say, what? I never have any problems with David, blah, 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 blah. And they're all looking at me. But so the result is that I acted like a different person for each person in that room.
That's funny.
And all of a sudden, my grandma turns after multiple stories of stuff I did, and they all turn to me and they're like, what? That's David? Because I sounded like a different person for each one of them. All of a sudden, my grandma turns and goes, David sounds like a chameleon. And then for the rest of this meeting, they all start calling me the chameleon because I'm changing for each one of them. But that just made me feel like a supervillain, and I felt really cool. So anyway, that was the cool takeaway. But what was really, really terrible was just that realizing that I'm being exposed and that how I am is all coming into the light, and everyone knows it now. Because before you're thinking, oh, they're not onto anything I'm doing. But yeah, so anyway, point there was letting your true self be exposed when you spend your entire life like not letting people know what you're up to and so on. That is terrible, and it was also very, very significant. But anyway, the point is, it's good. It is good for a manipulator, a narcissist, a psychopath to be exposed, because that is the only hope of any sort of change or redemption.
As a wise person once said,
I see your true colors shining through. You can't even sing, man. You can't even sing without choking.
You see? You'll be exposed.
AP, I grew up in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and Jews paid me all the time to turn off their lights on Friday day nights.
Oh, you see, you're a Shabbos guy.
No. Literal Trash says, after returning to my Catholic roots, my Jewish girlfriend has finally decided to come to church with me this year. Your video surely helped. Thank you.
Nice.
Based. What is your favorite food, both of you? We've already shared this, Tarun, especially, and it's not going to be an answer you like. Mine is a delicious steak. Medium rare.
Mine is
ribeye, not rabbi, ribeye. What?
I like ribeye more. Mine is, I would say, a vegan steak.
Vegan steak. Made from real wheatgrass. Hey, AP, there's an advance deposit for writing the Idemir Reference Bible. Remember to write a version in Russian, too. Oh, and don't read this out loud. Oops. Why'd you put that at the end, man? It's like spoiler alert. You have to say it at the beginning. Ali Dawa looks like Berkeley Beetle from Thumbelina. Not familiar with Thumbelina. Berkeley Beetle. I'm gonna check that out later, though. I want to see. It'd be funny. Tarun, I'm Christian and also vegan for a decade, so that's a good point. Christian apologetics, low key, hoping this is a point of Islamic reform. We hope that people would take note and actually expose this stuff. But you got all these Dawa guys, and they're going around defending all this creepy stuff, and you know they're doing it behind the scenes, and then they get exposed for doing it. And you hope that people recognize, wait a minute, all the stuff that they're defending and supporting and promoting, it's actually screwing people's lives up behind the scenes. And so it needs to be exposed. How can I be a good Muslim, get sex marriages and self-destruct when I get caught? But no worries, the Jews and Christians will pay for my sins anyway. Yeah, that's true according to Muhammad. What's the best way to justify a man killing a pig, hen, or cow to eat them, but not to do something to a woman or a child? I know mine, but what is both of yours? Go somewhere else with your veganism. Who will be the David to the Goliath of Mohammed Hijab? The Yasser Qadi holes in the narrative incident didn't seem to affect his popularity. That is an ongoing issue that you... Here's how it works, because we've said the Dawah guys don't have sort of long career spans because of they always come with tricks and then they get exposed and then it doesn't work anymore. Mohammed Hijab was popular enough with the holes, even with the holes in the narrative interview, that, and it's during the avalanche of apostasy, so you can't lose one of your most popular guys. So yeah, it doesn't affect him. I mean, it did affect him, just not nearly enough. And to be fair, I don't think this will destroy him. It's going to hurt him a little bit. But it's basically the problems with these guys. I mean, going through and looking at the tweets that we looked through and the video clips that we've looked through, the embarrassment builds. And eventually, he's too much of an embarrassment for his popularity to offset. In other words, he's not going to be popular anymore if every time you bring him up, it's just people are laughing at and mocking you. Seriously, that guy, the guy who did this, and is doing this behind the scenes, and that's your guy? Eventually it becomes too much of an embarrassment, and that's when hijab will officially be done. Right now, though, I don't know. I do not know. In other words, I think he will survive this, but I think it will cause some problems for him. AP, you got it all wrong. You want real cash, you got to convert to Catholicism and beg for money on X like the 20th best apologist, Cameron Bertuzzi. Cameron knows what he's doing. Cameron's based. Sorry, I thought Behind the Tactics was a book or something on Islamic narcissism. I jumped into the live kind of late. God bless you both. No. This is not unique to Islam. The manipulation tactics and so on, narcissists, psychopaths and so on. They all pull from a common pool of manipulation tactics. Got to learn them so you don't fall for them. Praying for you, Aisha. Thank you, Bo Rudder. Someone with some compassion in this live stream. In India, we say Jai Yeshu, meaning praise Jesus.
Nice.
That's cool. And D Wood, which denomination are you? Here's your jizya. I have no denomination. Just a Christian. Protestant. Just a Christian. All right, everyone. All right. So that brings us to. We're definitely not going to read all these because we've been going for a long time. We will just skim them just so people can see the sort of thing that's in here. And then anyone who wants to check out more. I don't think I have the link in the description box. I'll have to get the link, but I'll put it in the description box afterwards so you guys can check it out if you want to go through these. So these are the text messages. Let's see, of Mohammed Hijab and Aisha here. Let's see, and we'll see what sort of stuff is in here. This document contains a collection of text message exchanges between Mohammed Hijab and Sister Aisha presented as evidence supporting the existence of a marriage between the two parties, because Hijab is denying that and saying she's just crazy and she's a stalker and she's pursuing him. But because of his tremendous moral fiber, he would never fall for any of this stuff. And so she's just making all this stuff up to bring down the dawah. The dawah possibly hired, paid for by Elon Musk to discredit him for his powerful dawah.
Oh, you see.
And so I have to say I've gone through some of these and really looks like he's granting that there was a marriage here. So there was a misunderstanding on the terms and it ended. You must trust in God to be able to recover. You will. Don't lose hope in the mercy of Allah. You have notes on the side there. I think those are by Behind the Veils or whoever posted this. Attempt to ensure there is no traceability of any communication. Do you see the little note at the top? So-and-so uses a default timer for disappearing messages in new chats. New messages will disappear from this chat 24 hours after they're sent, except when kept. Tap to set your own default timer. So you can manage to keep them somehow. But let's see. She said, I don't want you to text me again, please. You have completely destroyed my life, every aspect of it, and so on. So, Mohammed Hijab is talking to her, and she's saying she doesn't want to hear from him anymore. If that were reversed, that would be taken as, you see, this proves that she's a psycho stalker. Let's see. I'm looking at the notes on the side to kind of see what these messages are. Aisha defending her right to seek counsel and help from Shayuk after being manipulated, sheikhs, after being manipulated and deceived in the marriage, and he's going after her for contacting a sheikh and asking about the situation. And she says, what happened was atrocious, and the impact that it had on my health, both physically and mentally, is big. I think I should have the right to ask for fatwa or help. I still suffered in silence for many months without talking to anyone. I did not talk about you by name and details to anyone other than Mohammed. So that's the sheikh that they were talking about. I used a fake Facebook profile and asked Hamza Tortis to address the topic of the red pill many months ago. I didn't mention anything about you. So he's complaining, how dare you talk to Hamza Tortis? She's saying, I didn't mention you. I didn't mention you. And she said, I didn't share much details with Ali. I used a fake profile and didn't mention your name. So he's saying, how dare you talk about me behind my back? And she's pointing out,
you talk to Hamza Tortis.
Let's see. He later apologizes, saying that this was a lie in order to shake you off. So this is when he started insulting her. Some of these. I don't think these are in order. We had different expectations of the marriage, and the divorce was mutual. Wait a minute. So that's from Mohammed Hijab. We had different expectations of the marriage, and the divorce was mutual. What marriage, Hijab?
Wait a minute. What marriage?
Yeah.
What marriage?
What marriage? I thought there was none. So how would you divorce if there was no marriage and she's just a stalker? And then look what he does here. He tries to look at what he does. We had different expectations of the marriage and the divorce was mutual. I didn't find you attractive. Later on he says that wasn't true.
Wow.
He's trying to degrade her so that she feels terrible about herself. And that she won't feel like she's worth anything. So she won't want to stand up to him because she'll think, oh, I'm just worthless. I'm just not worth it. Awful behavior. I didn't find you attractive after we were intimate. You are Mughith and I am Barira. That's the hadith about a woman. They were both slaves, and then she got freed, and then her husband was still a slave, and she didn't want to be with him anymore. Because she wasn't really attracted to him. And so he says, only I don't remember Mughith being this hostile. Let's see. Manipulating the conversation and gaslighting Aisha to make her believe that she agreed and wanted a hotel marriage. So we agreed you will leave the iddah to play out because you felt like a prostitute. So he knows she felt like a prostitute. She told him, I feel like a prostitute if we just got this hotel marriage. You felt like a prostitute after agreeing to the hotel discretion agreement. The lesson is be careful what you agree to. Divorce is halal, and I have given you a mahar, so I don't have anything to answer for anymore. I have nothing to answer for in treating you like a prostitute, making you feel this way. And then this is weird. Look what he says, because now he's saying that she's a complete lunatic and can't be trusted. Look what he says here. Look, you are a good woman. I actually respect you. You have many nice traits. Let me give you a gentle reminder that we are both Muslim people. We have rights over one another of respect. Please refrain from these kinds of messages of pure disrespect and accusation. I know you're hurt, but this is not the way.
Let me tell you something. That message, this is very common by Mohammed Hijab. He does this very commonly. In an attempt to manipulate people or to intimidate people, to be patronizing, but he does this very often in hopes that he will actually intimidate the other side into or give this fake sense of mutual respect and compassion and whatever to make the other side do what he wants them to do. He actually, funnily enough, tried the very same thing to me in messages, upon which I just, coldly rejected him. So he does this whole thing. Look, I actually feel like you are good and so on, and here's my advice for you. This is the kind of messaging that I've seen him message to people, including to me and others in the past.
By the way, that is a higher level manipulation tactic. I don't know if he knows what he's doing, but the sort of bare, 101 stuff is praising people when they do what you want. So rewarding people, and then you punish people when they don't do what you want. So that's the basic level stuff. But you also have a higher level, which is intermittent reinforcement. So you have positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, and punishment. And then you have intermittent reinforcement, in which you will heap abuse on people. Then you'll praise them about something. You'll abuse them, and then you'll be nice all of a sudden. And that's how you actually create, over time, a form of addictive behavior. Because you don't know when the reward is coming, when you'll be treated well, and you keep trying to elicit that niceness out of the person and so on. And so you end up, so it's a longer term, higher level tactic. Let's see. And then look what he says here. Look, then he goes back to abuse mode. So she's saying, Ya Allah, Wallahi, I was up to this point still trying to find excuses for you. Then you start charging against me with all this. And then what's he say?
Do you want a hotel marriage with Mohammed? The
sheikh. In other words, hey, you just looking for another hotel marriage? She's saying, hey, look at all the stuff you did to me. And then what's he bring up? Hey, you're basically a hotel prostitute. That's what you are now. And do you want me bringing this up every time you open your mouth? Tell everyone what a hotel prostitute you are. That's how he's treating her.
It's pretty sick.
And look at this. And she says, was I a wife to you? OMG, what kind of question is this? And he says, do you want him to think you are the kind of woman who wants to have hotel marriages? Yes or no? Do you want that reputation? What's he doing? This is all a threat. This is all a threat. I'm going to give you a reputation as a prostitute. She says, I never accepted hotel marriage. He says, I have all the evidence to the contrary, more of it than you know. And she says, I don't mind, Mohammed. What's your next move? What do you want? But the truth is otherwise. Are you desperate? Mohammed, what are you doing? Well, he's threatening you. That's what he's doing. He's threatening you to keep your mouth shut and stop bringing this up. And she says, I'm shocked. He says, I'm shocked you went to another man for advice and so on. For trying to figure this stuff out. Yeah, so he's flipping out because this is exposing him. Anyway, guys, we don't really need to go through any more of this. I'm sure there's some interesting stuff in here, but the main
wait.
What?
Look, say sorry. Say sorry. You're going to another man. Say sorry, arrogant woman. Leave me alone. Yeah. You go further down here for a second. The fatwa. You're not allowed. Oh, here. Let's stay here for a second.
What?
So, is this Islamically wrong? Yes. Fatwa is not fatwa without a reason. She had no way back Islamically at the moment. You're not allowed to reveal my secrets. Look, this is very, 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 very.
That's why he's flipping out. Is she actually was talking to other people, and though she was trying to keep it secret, he didn't like the idea that she's actually trying to do something about this. And then, are you dumb? Look at that. See that? Are you dumb? When you told me you would keep it secret.
To reveal my secrets? How dare you reveal my secrets? Are you dumb?
Look, now he's blaming her. Look, you made an agreement with me. You made an agreement and you broke it. So she agreed to be a secret second wife. And then she's actually revealing something about a relationship and talking to people about it. And then you broke an agreement. She says, Mohammed, I gave you my life.
And then look what comes here.
Look at this. So what does he say? You have the traits of the hypocrites. Oh shit. Okay, I shall call him and send him all the evidence. So look, she brings up her dad. She brings up her dad and he says, I shall call him. I'm going to call your dad and send him all the evidence and get them translated and let him decide whether you agreed to the sex marriage or not. When you explicitly told me. And then she freaks out. Sex marriage? So he's saying you agree. What is it? Like everything Mohammed Hijab said he didn't do and that she's lying about is all right here. Talking about the sex marriage and saying you agreed to the sex marriage. What sex marriage, Mohammed Hijab? One, you said it never happened. You told all your fans it never happened. And two, she's saying that's not what she agreed to.
I hired you for, I married you for sex.
Hey, look at this. It's not like I have spoken in public, which she has now. But at this time, she says, it's not like I have spoken in public. And he says, if you do, I would simply say you couldn't sexually satisfy me. In other words, yep, I'll say it's your fault. You couldn't satisfy me. And I'll send a message out. Stay away from this woman. She's not going to satisfy me. What an absolute piece of garbage. And then blaming her at the bottom there, revealing secrets, baking contracts, because she agreed to be a secret second wife, but now she's talking to people.
What a scumbag.
Yeah. So anyway, look what he's calling her. Yes or no? Frankly, neither do you. You are a selfish narcissist. Only care about yourself. Guys, this is what narcissists will do. You're the bad one. You're the narcissist, even though they're the narcissist, obviously. Nothing of oppression happened to you.
What? I pointed to him out that he's a narcissist, and he said, "I know that I'm a narcissist." Yeah. So I have it on screenshot. It was public too.
You are oppressive, narcissist. All this is just because I've done something allowed in Islam. She's saying I'm allowed to get advice on what to do. Yes or no? You haven't answered a question. You are a coward and a hypocrite. And so what's he doing? Just heaping endless abuse on her and stuff. You broke my agreement with you. You're the problem. Say sorry.
Say sorry.
Say sorry.
Say it. Say sorry.
This sounds exactly like Andrew Tate talking to one of his people. It's their fault. It's their fault. Mm-hmm. So anyway, guys, that's the sort of situation you have with in the world of dawah right now. And this is the guy. Again, this is the guy who is the hero of dawah. This is the legend. This is the champ. This is the guy who is kind of immune right now. He's going to have to deal with it a little bit, and there will be people. But let me put it this way. The people who are against Mohammed Hijab and who use this against him are the people who are already against Mohammed Hijab. There are plenty of Muslims out there who do not like this guy representing Islam. The loyal Mohammed Hijab fans, they're not going to be bothered by this even slightly. They will attack her, and he has an army to go out and attack her. And so everyone who's watching, whether you're Muslim or Christian or atheist or whatever, do not be concerned on whether Aisha or Behind Veils likes you or agrees with you, or you think of them, hey, they're different and so on. Help them expose this guy, because he is the one massively primarily to blame in all of this. Yes. Aisha made some bad decisions and so on.
I agree with that.
Totally. Should not have entered into that situation. AP and I can agree on that. But she's handling things correctly now, and do not underestimate how difficult this is, knowing what's coming at you, knowing that he has far more followers, far more resources, a basically an army of online people to come after you, and not just online, in the real world as well. And that so she has a big target on her back right now, could even be in physical danger. And Behind Veils also has a target on him, and they're threatening him as well. So any way you can help them, even if it's just sharing their videos and sharing their information that comes out, be sure to do that. And apart from that, guys, this is what we're dealing with in dawah. We have these last 2 or 3 super chats.
This makes me think maybe I should start revealing messages that he sent me in the past.
Why would you want to do that?
I've got my brain tumor.
Mohammed and Aisha Destroy Islam, Volume 2. On an unrelated note, I became an Orthodox Kate Schumann today.
You did?
Everyone's becoming an Orthodox Kate Schumann because of AP's example.
Congratulations.
That's pretty funny.
Very nice.
The Mojab dilemma. If texts are true, Mohammed is a lying rat. Mojab is a lying rat. If false, Mojab is soft and a liar. Either way, Mojab is a lying rat. Yeah, he's even if none of this ever happened, he was always a lying rat. So that's just the reality. But yeah, this helps. This helps expose what he is. Either way, no matter what happens. Why bother to have secret marriages? Is his dawah too weak to convince his first wife he can do it? Is he financially dependent on her? I don't get it. Yeah, it does say something if you got to keep your secret second, third wife, and fourth wife, and so on secret from your first wife. It's almost like you haven't successfully brainwashed her. And so, how good of a manipulator are you, Mohammed Hijab, if you don't get your first wife to accept what you're doing with all your mutawives?
Weakling. Yeah, weakling.
All right, everyone. Glad we got through all of that. Went longer than I thought, but we got a lot of information out. The link to the Behind the Veil's most recent video, I think, is in the description box. And after we are done here, I'm going to add the link to the text messages so people can check those out, so that as people are accusing Aisha of being a liar and a stalker and so on, and as people are accusing behind veils of deception or something else, people actually have the screenshots to show that Mohammed Hijab is obviously lying in all of this. So thanks everyone for watching. Let's help some people out when we can.
And also happy Palm Sunday and Holy Week to everybody.
Yes, going to be a good week, everyone. Going to be a good week. See what we got coming up.
Based week.
It's going to be very based. Catch you all next time.